Morning, everyone. I'm Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. You're good. You're good. Test. Test.
Yeah, that's where it's coming. Yeah, no problem. I'll send it.
You also send it to Jasmine Joyner.
Is he going to join right up front or?
Yes, you just asked for the link. So
Good.
So we send everything to Jasmine.
okay,
I just resent it to her.
okay, thank you.
Hello?
I can look for.
Hello? Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. I'm Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. Today is Friday, March 7th, 2025. We are meeting in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 9:35. Today, we are conducting the second of two performance oversight hearings on the Department of Human Services, or DHS, and the Interagency Council on Homelessness, or ICH. DHS has an enormous responsibility, and I deeply appreciate every member at DHS who has taken on the responsibility of supporting some of the most vulnerable members of our community. I and my team have seen the diligence, commitment, and knowledge of team members at every level of the agency. We've seen the agency reform and improve with some steps in the voucher and ERAP process, for example, moving more quickly than in recent years. We've also seen a desire to innovate to better serve district residents with pilots like DC Flex and Career Map pioneering potentially cost-effective ways to put district families on the path to self-sufficiency. Precisely because we know that the agency can change and because its mission is so critical to the district, to the district's flourishing, we also need to ensure DHS is serving residents as effectively as possible. At the start of a fiscal year, grants need to go out to partners who provide critical service to the district residents quickly, just like they do at other district agencies. Residents for whom the need for housing and public benefits are an ongoing emergency need an urgent response. They cannot wait for food and security, and we should not be slow to provide it. Neighbors who welcome permanent supportive housing beneficiaries with profound needs must be safe in their communities, and PSH beneficiaries need the support of efficient, effective interventions to live independently. District residents want to see all their neighbors thrive. Every year, the council invests generally in social services and public benefits, and we have seen the size of DHS grow to match that investment. Now more than ever, that $900 million investment needs a corresponding return that puts residents on the path to work and independence. There are tough, lean times ahead. Our CFO just informed the mayor and council that we will have an average of $340 million a year less in revenues than we anticipated collecting over the next 4 years. We need to find creative ways to do our best with less. Today and throughout the budget oversight season, I will be exploring how the council can work with the executive to do just that. I look forward to investigating how we can improve the efficiency of DHS programming, and I am excited to hear how innovation and rigorous self-assessment can support that endeavor. I also will be asking about what role DHS is playing in the encampment clearance that are happening right now, 36 hours after the presidential administration signaled on social media that they wanted various spaces cleared. Residents deserve a government that follows its own policies and is responsive and responsible to them, not to the federal government. I have just one note on logistics. Council members will have 10 minutes each to ask a round of questions, and I will generally turn to my colleagues in the order in which they arrive. I see that Councilmember Robert White has joined us, and I would invite him to make an opening statement should he wish. Councilmember White?
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman, and our witnesses. I'll admit that I changed my hearing this morning because this has been a difficult week for me and for many residents. This week in DC, we were reminded again of the choices that we face. The mayor reinstated 2 DC employees that were convicted of killing a DC resident and convicted of conspiring to cover it up. She agreed to paint over Black Lives Matter, I believe prematurely, without a protest. And the administration is now clearing homeless residents in violation of its own policy. This is a dark week for the District of Columbia. This is a dark year so far for the United States, but whether or not it stays dark is up to us. And in times like this, we have to ask ourselves, what do we stand for? And what happens if we don't stand? What are our convictions when it comes to democracy, to dignity, to justice? Because when we choose again and again to look away, to let things slide, to lay down, at a certain point, we stop being bystanders. We become participants in our own demise. And I can't participate in that. In 1944, in the darkest days of World War II, when America fought on the side of democracy against tyranny and the violent disregard of human life, Winston Churchill said, "One must have respect for democracy and not use the word too lightly. The last thing which resembles democracy is mob law, with bands of gangsters armed with deadly weapons endeavoring to introduce a totalitarian regime with an iron hand. Democracy is not based on violence or terrorism, but on reason, on fair play, on freedom, on respecting the rights of other people." That was when we were fighting on the side of democracy as Americans. That is what democracy demands, not just when we fight for it overseas, but right here at home. And I know something about that fight. Behind me is the folded flag of my grandfather, Lewis White, who served in Korea and fought for democracy. My other grandfather, Lloyd Richards, was a Navy pilot. He was shot down in enemy territory in Vietnam, critically wounded, fighting for democracy. And yet today, in the very city they fought for, too many are denied the dignity of housing. Too many residents are feeling like the federal government is coming down on them against the principles of democracy and find themselves left behind by their local government that should be lifting them up. On homelessness, this is not just a policy failure, it's a moral failure. And I think we all understand that. But what we have to continue to recognize is that the encampments we see in our city are not just tents. They are testaments to a system that has fallen short. And if we claim to believe in justice, if we claim to believe in democracy, then the belief must be reflected in our actions, not clearing encampments against our policies, but making sure that we're fixing the systems that aren't working. We must act not with cruelty, not with indifference, but with compassion and conviction. That means continue to expand housing first initiatives. It means investing in affordable housing, and we are going to have some very difficult housing conversations in front of us in the coming weeks. It means strengthening mental health services and improving shelter conditions so that people choose to go into shelter and not on the streets. And it means demanding that the federal government do its part, because the disinvestment in public housing is one of the reasons we are seeing so much homelessness. And so if our president wants to see less homelessness, then he needs to invest in federal programs like public housing that can help us end it, instead of putting that burden entirely on our city. Because democracy is not just about what happens in the halls of power. It's about what happens in our streets. It's about what happens to the people when they have a safe place to sleep at night. And it's about whether we stand up for one another, whether we recognize our shared humanity, and whether we build a future where no one is left behind. That's what we have to fight for. And I think we have to recognize as DC residents, with blow after blow, that this pattern is not working in our interest. And we are starting to participate in our own demise. And if we don't stand up for ourselves, then no one is going to stand with us. I'm going to return for questions, because I have a deep love for DHS and its mission. As the chairman said, we're going to have to do more with less, because we have a budget shortfall in the city, and we still have obligations that we have to fulfill. So I look forward to working with Chairman Fruman, with DHS, and I hope with the administration to turn the course to make sure we are standing up for DC residents and against tyranny. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember White. I will start with our government witness testimony by asking Director Silla, Executive Director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness, to join us at the table in front of me. It is the practice of the committee to place our government witnesses under oath. I would invite all of our government witnesses who may be testifying, including staff in the audience who may be testifying, to raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Human Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much, Director. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman, members of the Committee on Human Services, and members of the public. I am Director Silla, the district's Director to End Homelessness. I am an appointed member of Mayor Bowser's administration, and I am charged to end and prevent homelessness in the district and assist the city administrator in leading and coordinating the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Thank you for inviting me to testify on behalf of the Bowser administration and to discuss the activities and accomplishments of the district's homeless services system. You likely already know that ICH serves as the governance board for the district's homeless services continuum of care. And as the director of the team that is staffing the board, I have the proverbial front seat and witness the scale of the work taken on by the district's homeless services system. With that in mind, I want to open my testimony with acknowledgements. Everyone that is working in homeless services deserves our sincere gratitude and thanks. Usually, I talk about how we are standing in the gap for people experiencing homelessness, but we are now knee-deep in budget constraints, and the reality is that we are standing in a veritable gulf. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank our frontline staff, our program managers and supervisors, our executive directors, our funders. In addition to the mayor, this includes the council, philanthropy, the federal government included, our advocates, mutual aid organizations, and our representatives with lived experience. The commitment and passion, the drive inspire me personally and professionally, so thank you for showing up day in and day out. Standing in the gulf is a heavy responsibility, so thank you for your hard work. So fiscal year 2024 in review. The ICH annually reviews outcomes for programs participating in our homeless management information system. The system-level outcomes for fiscal year 2024 were shared at the December meeting of the Strategic Planning Committee, and in January, we did deep dives of subsystem-specific outcomes across the ICH forums specific for families, single adults, veterans, and young adults. I'm going to give you a high-level overview of the system outcomes for families, including youth-headed households. Homelessness amongst families did increase. It increased by about 11% from 1,284 families served in fiscal year 23 to 1,431 served in fiscal year 24. So this is an increase of 147 families served. In response to this increase, the family system mobilized to exit families as quickly as possible. Families exiting homelessness and into housing increased by 32%, from 885 in fiscal year 23 to 1,173 families in fiscal year 24. This focus on housing families quickly means that the housing placement rate for families increased from 68, almost 69%, to 82%. So while we are anxious about the increase in families experiencing homelessness, we are grateful for all the members of the family system, and especially to the Department of Human Services, DHS, who rally to house families as quickly as possible. For unaccompanied individuals, including young adults, homelessness increased slightly by less than 1%. So from 8,691 served in fiscal year 23 to 8,768 in fiscal year 24. Unfortunately, the number of individuals housed also decreased by 22%, from 972 in fiscal year 23 to 756 in fiscal year 24. This significant slowdown of exits to housing means that the housing placement rate for singles dropped from 11%, an already low number in fiscal year 23, to 8.6% in fiscal year 24. Looking back, we housed 1,281 single adults in fiscal year 22, compared to the 972 in fiscal year 23, and now down to 756 in fiscal year 24. This represents a massive decrease of 41% in housing placements for singles since fiscal year 22. This is even more distressing when you realize that we have a record 2,382 clients assigned to housing resources in DHS's Housing the Homeless Quick Base application. It bears repeating and contextualizing. We have a record 2,382 single adults matched and looking for housing, yet we housed only 756 individuals during fiscal year 24. On the other hand, during the same period, we ramped up on exits for families to house 1,173 families, a significant increase from the year before. Why? What is the difference between the system that houses families and the system that houses individuals? So one critical difference between the subsystems for families and the subsystems for unaccompanied or single adults is the reliance on the district's housing authority. For most housing resources available to single adults, DHS relies on the housing authority to effectively and efficiently administer the local rent supplement program, LRSP. As you may already know, the DC Housing Authority is in recovery. As indicated in their recovery plan, regulatory audits, program reviews, and department evaluations demonstrated that DC Housing Authority was not regularly employing sound businesses and practices and not consistently following federal and local rules and regulations. These missteps and failures negatively impacted the Housing Authority public housing residents, voucher program participants, and landlords and the district community. That's from their recovery plan. The family system does not rely on DC Housing Authority to exit families out of short-term family housing and into housing assisted by the Family Rehousing Stabilization Program, FRSP. As such, the operational challenges at the DC Housing Authority do not impact how quickly we can support families exit from our short-term family housing. The road to recovery at the DC Housing Authority has been hard on our single adult subsystem. For example, as part of bringing the DC Housing Authority into compliance with federal and local rules and regulations, rent reasonableness was first implemented in July 2023, right before the start of fiscal year 24. Almost immediately, we saw housing placements come to a standstill in July and August. As we entered into fiscal year 24, we were and continue to be hopeful that the overall system will figure out how to accommodate these significant changes and challenges. But we have to recognize that additionally, even while DC Housing Authority is in the midst of recovery, we have called on the Housing Authority to support families exiting FRSP. We have asked DC Housing Authority to expedite 1,300 vouchers for these families. And in response, we are seeing the DC Housing Authority home in on expediting those 1,300 vouchers faster, leveraging contractors where they do not have the manpower. What will this mean for the 2,382 single adults matched to a housing resource? Can we implement the same measures for families exiting FRSP using HCVP? Or is there a limit to how fast an agency in recovery can expedite housing for our most vulnerable populations? And this is where we have to be honest. We will always have limitations. When time and money are limited, if we are honest, we acknowledge that the priority is first and foremost families. And while still imperfect, the efficiency with which we are administering the family system squarely says that our outcomes are precisely what they are because we prioritize the family system. So what's next, looking ahead to fiscal year 25? We have a specific bottleneck that we need to prioritize addressing. And it is abundantly clear that the Housing Authority is a significant part of that bottleneck. As such, it will be critical to support the Housing Authority in implementing their recovery plan and tracking key metrics on expediting LRSP vouchers. Beyond addressing the specific pain point of expediting housing for single adults, it is time to update the district's strategic plan. Now, I have to be honest, but whether this is the time for strategic planning is unclear to me. We just came out of navigating a worldwide pandemic that is a 100-year event. We produced Homeward DC 2.0 right before the pandemic, and even though we delayed publication to try and account for the pandemic, if we are honest, it was outdated the moment it was published. That is partly the nature of plans, but partly the nature of dealing with a 100-year event. We are now navigating a federal administration like we have never seen before. I liken it to navigating a 250-year event. Without a shadow of a doubt, what we will memorialize in Homeward DC 3.0 will be outdated as soon as it is published. Knowing that Homeward DC 3.0 will be outdated as soon as it will be published, I want to ensure that concurrent with the development of a Homeward DC, we build a strategic planning infrastructure, not just a strategic plan. For example, we should not be modeling once every 5 years, especially when we know our system will look drastically different as soon as we get over the hurdle of housing the 2,000 plus single adults out of 8,000. That is 1/4 of the people experiencing homelessness that are matched to housing, of single adults experiencing homelessness. We can and should focus on expediting housing over the next year or two, and then revisiting and updating our modules and our models annually, because the impact of housing a quarter of the individuals experiencing homelessness will be felt in every aspect of the single adult subsystem, including the youth subsystem. Similarly, we are dealing with significant changes to the family subsystem that will have ripple effects across every intervention in the family subsystem. We are moving towards exiting families from FRSP within 12 months. We have never done that before. So right now, we have zero data on returns to homelessness after 6 to 12 months of FRSP program stays that are limited to 12 months. Again, we must update our models regularly to reckon with and understand the impact of moving towards 12-month stays in FRSP. For this reason, I am prioritizing hiring a data team for the ICH. As I am staffing up and working hard to keep up with the shifting landscapes, and sometimes this is shifting by the minute, I am reminded that to be efficient and effective and to accomplish all of my legislative mandates, I need strong partnerships, especially with DC Council. Over the last 2 years, the DC Council has asked ICH to produce the mandated comments on the mayor's proposed budget. We are delighted to do so, but our constituents have flagged that the ICH-specific budget engagements detract from their participation in DC Council budget oversight hearings. Preparing for ICH-specific budget engagements on top of the required DC Council budget oversight hearings is an undue burden for agency partners. Our community representatives are also clear that the ICH-specific sessions, because they are not as robust as the DC Council sessions, are not helpful to them. As such, we recommend a partnership with DC Council so that we can minimize ICH-specific engagements by allowing the ICH team to leverage the DC Council budget oversight hearings. By directing all ICH members and leaders to budget oversight hearings, the ICH team can track and report on all comments submitted to the DC Council specific to homeless services as the ICH comments on the mayor's proposed budget. We believe that this partnership would be a win for the ICH team, for ICH members, and DC Council. We believe it is the spirit that we should take to all of the work we do in homeless services in fiscal year 25, a win-win-win, so that we can advance on all our legislative and strategic priorities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee. I'm happy to respond to questions from the chair and committee members.
Thank you very much, Director Silla. I think we will do 10-minute rounds. And let me kick off. You cited a number of different data points in your testimony, and I want to explore those just for a minute if we could. On family homelessness, you rightfully took a lot of pride in the higher numbers of families exiting homelessness, but then the number of families in homelessness rose, which mathematically means the number of families entering homelessness must have gone up significantly. If the exits went up, the number in homelessness went down, and entries had to go up. Do you have any data on the numbers of families entering homelessness?
So the 1,431 served in fiscal year '24, that includes the entries into the family system as well. So you are asking about who is newly experiencing, who is entering?
Right.
Okay. So I can pull up the system reports that were shared at our family system work group and share them and review them. It'll just take me a moment.
That's okay. And this is a thing that you can follow up on because the numbers on the individual side were different. The exits went down. The number was relatively steady.
Yep.
So that would suggest that the entries were lower because in order for the
Yep.
number in the middle. So I'd like to get those numbers and understand what's going on
Yep.
because they look like they're going differently in terms of entries. Another set of data that you talked about, the 2382, big number. Those are people who have been matched with a voucher but not yet found a place to live or been leased up, is what I'm understanding that.
They have been assigned to case management resources. So they might be in different parts of the lease up process.
But have they been matched to a voucher? Or?
Yes.
Yes.
They-
So,
A housing resource.
so 2,400, let's call it. We had heard testimony yesterday from DCHA talking about their efforts to get folks in transitioning from rapid rehousing leased up. They had 700 who had been linked with a voucher. 100 of them had been assigned, had been leased up, meaning 600 are in that same basket as that 2,400, or they're part
No,
of it?
that's the 1,300 families exiting FRSP. That's a different bucket.
So that's a different bucket. So so now we're 3,000 either individuals or families who need to be linked up, who have been assigned a voucher, but have yet to be leased up
So around that.
around that. And so.
There are additional PSH and TAH vouchers for families as well. So it's going to be a little bit larger than
A
that.
little bit larger than that. And so then I think DCHA said their goal, and this is a partnership. DCHA does some of the work, DHS does other of the work. But that's at least 3,000. And they talked about being able to link up 250 a month as a goal, which for 12 months would be 3,000. So if they hit their goals in getting folks processed,
I just want to make sure that they are focusing on the single adult subsystem the same way that they are focusing on those families exiting FRSP. Yes.
yeah, I am chastened by the fact that there's as many people in the pipeline matched to a voucher as they appear to have the capacity to get leased up in the coming year. So that is sobering. So anyways, just wanted to make sure that I understood those numbers. And you talked to, you see the pain point as being DCHA. DCHA does not accept that they are the sole pain point in this process, that's for sure. I think one of the things we talked about yesterday, and I will talk with Director Pierre about, is efforts at collaboration between the two agencies to look together at ways to streamline, and maybe being careful about not trying to attribute to, we can get to finger pointing, which I think isn't going to help us. And so I'm going to be looking for ways to work with the leadership at the different agencies and yourself to try to figure out what we can do. And with Councilmember White, who's chair of the Housing Committee, this was a thing that he raised yesterday. Let's all put our heads together to see what we can do to work through these choke points.
I agree. I think with a charge as large as this, all of us can always do better. What I can speak to is the level of participation and collaboration at ICH meetings. So what I can speak to is the fact that when we request data from DHS and when we request updates related to matches and lease up, when we request for specific metrics on how these things are going, DHS willingly furnishes that. We have not gotten the same participation from the Housing Authority.
So let's work together to build cooperation across all the lines. And I think
Absolutely.
Director Pettigrew professed a commitment to that. I think he's trying to make this thing, you talked about, he talked about a reclamation project. And so it's a serious effort, but let's work together on that. I was trying to understand what you're, on the cooperation between the council and the ICH and using council hearings as a way of strengthening the ICH. Help, and I think you're referencing that maybe in the budget hearing process that we should do something like that. What does that look like to you? What does that mean?
So the legislation calls for the mayor to make the specifics about the budget appropriation, the programming, the services, the dollars that are going to be allocated towards homeless services for her agency directors to provide that accounting to the ICH. So about 2 years ago, council member, the DC Council Committee that oversees the ICH requested that we move forward with that legislative mandate. And so we hosted ICH-specific budget engagement sessions where the member agencies of the ICH, the DC government member agencies, provided a readout of presentations on the proposed mayor's budget. And we essentially collected comments from ICH members. Anybody in the ICH community, any meeting attendee, we gathered all of those comments and categorized them for DC Council's consumption. What we found were that the testimonies or the comments being submitted to the ICH are the exact same testimonies that are being submitted to DC Council. So we're asking people to do the work twice. Additionally, our community representatives were saying, your ICH-specific sessions are too short for us to meaningfully engage with and understand the agency budgets. Also, you are hosting your ICH-specific engagements at the same time as DC Council budget oversight hearings. And it's much more important for us to be at the DC Council budget oversight hearings because it's DC Council that has decision-making authority in this regard. It's not the ICH.
So
And-
go ahead.
So it felt to us that it was all very duplicative, and we might be better served by supporting our members understand, participate in ICH, in the DC Council budget oversight hearings, and then for us to facilitate gathering their comments, whether if they testify and deliver it to DC Council, then we can summarize their comments there. And if they want to, if they feel more comfortable directly submitting their comments to us, we can facilitate that as well.
So I want to be careful, and I'm going to invite Councilmember White to do his round in a moment, and absolutely will want to talk with him about this. But what I'm almost hearing you suggesting is instead of an agency-based oversight hearing, a function-based oversight hearing. And so we would bring together for one budget oversight hearing all the agencies that are working on homelessness to talk about that dimension of their brief, no?
No, this is actually, if DC Council incorporated standard questions relative to the appropriations to programs or services or facilities in homeless services, then across all of the agencies, we would have that information. People could actually track those details as part of the budget oversight pre-questions. They could track that as part of the testimony, whatever information is generated around that, so that we can then have that information compiled in a way that is publicly and readily available to everybody, and we can support comments from that perspective.
Okay, well, let's further explore that idea pretty soon.
Okay, yes.
And now let me, and Councilmember White, I want to explore that idea with you as well. I will turn to you. I see that Councilmember Parker has joined us. So after your round, we'll give Councilmember Parker an opportunity to do an opening statement and a round of questions. So Councilmember White, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chairman Fruman, and thank you, Director Silla. I appreciate the discussion about vouchers. We have a ways to go. Something that is necessary, and I'll talk to DHS about this today. I need a commitment from DHS that they will sit at the table with DCHA and with a small group of folks who work in this space to get through this voucher issue so that it doesn't linger. And the agencies will have to do that soon. Who do you see as in the driver's seat on the LRSP vouchers? Which agency?
So I think it's a shared responsibility, right? So DHS identifies or works with the coordinated assessment and housing placement process to identify who should be prioritized for those vouchers. And then once we identify those, DHS is responsible for assigning to a case manager, for supporting the completion of the application and submitting that to DC Housing Authority. Then DC Housing Authority has a set of responsibilities around reviewing and approving the application, briefing, and issuing the vouchers, et cetera,
Director,
et cetera.
I'm sorry. I wasn't asking about the process. I do appreciate it, but what I'm trying to figure out is who is in the driver's seat. Somebody has to be leading, and I'm wondering from your view as ICH director, which agency leads or should be leading that?
I think DHS should be leading because they are the ones that have the MOU. We have, as a district, decided we are going to allocate the LRSP vouchers to their budget. And they have an MOU with DC Housing Authority to administer the vouchers. But actually, Councilmember Robert White, I want to backtrack a little bit to the setup of your question, if that's okay.
Well, we can backtrack, but
Okay.
let me finish first. So I hope DHS agrees that they are in the driver's seat, because I asked DCHA last night if they were in the driver's seat, and they said no, DHS is. And so I hope DHS agrees, because it's important, if we have a process that's going to work and then we're going to move it forward, it's important that there's agreement on who's in the driver's seat. But what role do ICH members or you play with PSH vouchers?
So relative to PSH vouchers, we have our subpopulation specific work groups and or forums, because the youth specific forum is actually currently recognized as a committee. In these subpopulation specific forums, we are responsible for prioritizing and targeting the housing resources that are dedicated to homeless services. One of those resources is permanent supportive housing. Additionally, in those forums, we track we track various components based on the data that is available to us. So we track, for example, assignments, matches, assignments, and progress towards lease up. And
what do you know what your view of the timeline is for getting PSH vouchers assigned to people and getting those people housed?
It's too long. I think when we looked at it was it January or, yeah, when we looked at it in January, it was over 365 days. It was
For
too
PSH?
long. Yeah.
Okay, we do need to sit down with DHS and DC Housing Authority, because DC Housing Authority's data suggests they are in the driver's seat on these federal vouchers, that their timeline is now at about 77 days average for those vouchers, while the LRSP vouchers are running over a year. And everybody seems to be pointing the finger at each other. And what DCHA would say is, look, the vouchers that we're responsible for are getting done in a fraction of the time. So I think it's important at this point that we just move to solutions and get the necessary people to the table so that we can figure out exactly what we do about the pain points. Do you believe, who would you recommend needs to be at that table? Again, recognizing, I think that the bigger the group, the slower it's going to be. And we've got to work through a strategy, and I think weeks and not months or years. Who do you think are the necessary folks to be at the table?
So Councilmember White, I urge you to recognize that working within the ICH infrastructure and empowering the ICH infrastructure is a much better and more efficient use of time than setting a separate table for this issue.
No
So
problem. What would you view as the timeline working through that process?
I think there are
To
lots
have a
of,
strategy for reducing, a specific strategy and timeline for reducing the time it takes to get voucher holders leased up.
so I think this is the priority. And so I would say that, let me think about that. Because here's what I understand, Councilmember Robert White. We know all of the steps. We also already know how to expedite vouchers. They are expediting the family vouchers because they have contractors on board. They have a different process set up for moving those faster. I don't understand why it's not a matter of a meeting to review what's in place for the families that are exiting FRSP versus what's in place for all the other PSH and TAH vouchers, and making sure that we are moving towards replicating the ways in which the exits to families are expedited.
Okay, but I want to make sure I understand all of that. But I think, do we agree that a timeline on this is important, and that the timeline has to be weeks and not months or years to develop a specific strategy?
I think that's fair.
Okay, then I will look to hear back from you on your recommendation for how we get how we move this forward in weeks. But if your strategy is if you believe it'll work, then let's try that. On the budget aspect, why do you do why does ICH do its budget meetings during the council budget timeline as opposed to before that?
We can't do it before that because as soon as the mayor's proposed budget, as soon as the mayor proposes a budget,
Mhm.
DC Council starts with budget oversight hearings, right?
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
not like there's
You got it.
enough
Yeah,
time
that's fair. That's
for the
fair. I guess the reason I asked that is because my assumption has been that the legislative history would show, I've not looked into it, that the reason that the council asked and the law says that ICH do its budget work is my guess is that it was to inform the mayor's budget and budget priorities as opposed to informing the council's budget priorities. And so I need to look into that.
In that case, the language in the legislation does not make sense because what it requires is that the mayor makes the details of her proposed budget available to ICH members. So that's after she proposes her budget. That's not before or to inform her proposed budget.
Okay. Well, let me look at the legislative history and see, because again, if the purpose is for ICH to inform the council, then I agree with you that there's duplication. If the purpose, however, is to inform the mayor's budget proposal, then the timeline is wrong, and we may have to make a legislative change. And so it's important here for us to know whether ICH was whether that aspect of ICH's work was set up to inform the council or the mayor. But either way, we will have to look at some changes. Of course, that's not under my jurisdiction, but I would suggest that we do that.
In case it's helpful, the ICH has never produced a comments to the mayor's proposed budget before your requests when you were chair of the committee overseeing the ICH. And so 2 years ago when we did it, it was the first time that we were doing it. And
I require all of our agencies and my committee to follow the law. You know, we can talk about changing the law, but until the law changes, we follow the law. So, I stand by the decision I made. But again, we need to know the intent so we know what the direction is that we should be pointing.
Council member, can I go back to the small group and the most efficient or effective action?
Very briefly, I'm over time. But
Okay. Oh, my apologies. When I think about how the DC Housing Authority focused in on expediting exits for families, it was not a small group of people that met to make that happen. A part of the reason why this was a significant issue area that was covered by DC Council, that was covered by the press, that everybody was homed in on. And so Director Pettigrew got a lot of questions from his board, got a lot of questions from the public around how quickly are you expediting exits for these families? How quickly are you making that connection? And they responded accordingly. We don't have the same kind of pressure around the single adult system and housing relative to LRSP. Once we have that conversation, I have no doubts that Director Pettigrew's team can mobilize the same kind of resources that they mobilized for the families exiting FRSP. I honestly don't even think we need to meet. I think we can charge him to analyze all of the feedback that he has gotten and ask him directly what are the steps that are reasonable given the resources that he has, and he can tell us how he's going to expedite. I honestly don't even think we need to have small group meetings in order to facilitate this. We did not need them for the families.
I hear you. I'm
FRSP.
over time, so I'm going to stop you from being repetitive. I hear you. I might disagree, but I'm very okay being wrong because there seem to be some process issues that DCHA is pointing to that would need to be ironed out. But again, that's just not a hill for me to die on. I'm not worried about the process. If you want to own the process, that's cool. I'm just worried about the outcome. And if you believe you got the path to the outcome, then I'm happy to follow you on it. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilmember White. I'm just going to interject. Councilmember we're making him wait a little bit. When we talk with DCHA, they talk about snags that happen at other agencies as well. And so I do think that getting together to sort through that can be helpful. But with that, let's turn to Councilmember Parker. If you would like to make an opening statement and take your 10-minute round, we'll add a few minutes.
No need for opening statement. I would just say it's good to see you all again. I'm going to jump right in. I first want to focus on SNAP as a life-saving vital program. We know that the majority of participants on our SNAP program live in wards 5, 7, and 8, which is one of the reasons why I think we need to zero in and focus here more. When I look at the average length of time to get someone registered or recertified with SNAP, Director, it seems like on average it's taking longer for online submission of documents versus someone that walks in person to a service center. Looking at your pre-hearing responses, routinely the online submissions are taking longer. Why might that be?
Councilmember Parker, I think that question is for the Department of Human Services. I am actually the director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness, so I cannot speak to.
My apologies on that. My apologies on
No
that.
worries.
I will wait for my questions. I totally am off track. Thank you, Councilmember Freeman.
All right,
And
wonderful.
I can't see. So my apologies. I thought we were on DHS.
So we will I'm going to have another round. I don't know whether or not Councilmember White will have another round with this witness. No. So it'll probably be about 10 minutes or so before we call up Director Pierre for her testimony and then turn to DHS.
Got it. Thank you.
Director Silla, one of the things that you talked about was that in July of 23, when the new rent reasonableness tool came into place, things ground to a halt. And I'm curious to hear why you think, whether it's just the fact of a change and a new thing being implemented and growing pains of making it work, or something about the tool that has led things to go slower since then, or if they've continued to go slow, but maybe they've begun to pick up. How are you seeing that?
I'm assuming that it was because the system was new and we needed time to absorb the system, the new processes, and think through how to leverage the system to our advantage. So for example, very early on, once the system was introduced, DHS also started to use that tool so that it just made everything all around clearer for the providers that were working with them.
But is the issue that the numbers it generated were lower and that was a problem? Is there an issue that the numbers move around because the calculation is done at different times and it may have a different sample, or just growing pains?
We've gotten a lot of feedback that it's all these different pain points.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It looks like your team is currently entirely vacant.
It is. It is.
And that you have job postings set to close
Today.
today.
Yes.
Um,
We will be doing a lot of interviewing.
So, I hope that you've gotten a number of qualified applicants. Can you speak to, I know that in the past you employed experts for different subgroups. I think you made a reference to data as being a thing that might be of interest to you. What are the skill sets you're looking for, and what are the advantages of the new structure that you're hoping to establish?
Right. So previously I was focused on advisors and hiring advisors with expertise in the different subpopulations or aspects of homeless services. And the goal was that we were going to then divvy up and split up all of the day-to-day logistics and report writing that would be required to meet our legislative mandates and to keep up with the monthly forums that we organize. So that doesn't work so well for people that are at the grade 14, that have significant years of experience, that are used to being supported by other staff people that can take care of the day-to-day logistics. And so I realized that I needed to have a core team that's actually dedicated to creating the FAQs that need to be addressed so that people can track the answers that are coming out of our meetings and our engagements with our member agencies, that we actually need a dedicated person to run the logistics and communicate with all of the people who are trying to join our meetings or have questions about even the basics of the ICH. What is the ICH? What does it do? What meetings should I be tracking? What listservs should I be on? So it felt really important to think about who are the people that are literally assigned to take care of day-to-day operations and to generate the plans and reports that are required of the ICH, so that I can have that kind of dedicated task-oriented support.
Okay, so I hear you, and actually the commission is made up of all kinds of members with the kinds of substantive expertise. So the administrative stuff, I can see why the decision would be made that there was a virtue in putting more weight in the staffing on that. I think in a realignment, you had to cut 2 of the filled positions, and it looked like one of the employees got $2,000 in severance and another got $44,000 in severance. The difference in those numbers sort of jumped off the page.
Is the tenure. It's associated with the tenure in terms of the number of years the person has worked with the district. And so we followed the DC Housing Human Resources guidelines in that calculation.
And I think on you express strong views on lots of things, and one of the things is that you object to developing a youth-specific strategic plan because doing so would risk creating or enforcing existing silos at a time when budget constraints will likely require cross-collaboration. Would developing a successor to Solid Foundations require additional staffing or resources? Help me understand. I mean, the youth issues, they do seem like they're different, sometimes different issues. There gets to be an overlap. We do have some of the folks who qualify for youth homelessness support up to age 24 who then sometimes find their place in the adult system. But help me understand why you think having a youth-specific strategic plan is not a priority, and then how we deal with the youth-specific issues if we don't have that.
So I think it's really important for us to think about all of the different subpopulations that have really unique needs, and to think about how we are setting up a system overall that is flexible enough to address with the unique needs of different subpopulations. So when I think about youth experiencing homelessness, and I recognize that they are about, the point in time, the annual served, it's about 900 young adults. When I'm thinking about like amongst unaccompanied individuals, for example, we have 900 young adults and we have 8,000 single adults overall, including those 900 young adults. So then you are talking about focusing a strategic plan on 1/8 of the population. When I think about all of the other categories that are around that number, I have about 900 unsheltered individuals. And there is a specific reason, there's a strong reason why that subpopulation is different than the population that's using shelters, that is comfortable with coming inside. Should I also have a strategic plan for those 900 unsheltered single adults? When I think about the aging population, everybody that's over 55, that has very significant and different kinds of challenges because they are aging. And that is a much larger number. That is, I think, around 2,300. That's about a quarter, right? Should I have a strategic plan that addresses that? So I talked to, when this issue, because this issue has come up a couple of different times. And so I said, let me talk to the ICH infrastructure about the need for subpopulation specific strategies. Let me go and poll. We did it as part of an icebreaker across a number of ICH forums. And I'm happy if I can share my screen to show you some of the outcomes, just so you get a sense of how I work, how I try to that I recognize it's not just my opinion that matters, but it's actually the opinion, I lead an infrastructure. So I want to get to know what my constituents think, right? So when we polled, when we asked What are the subpopulations that need their own specific strategic plan? And I was honest about my bias. It's not efficient or effective to have a subpopulation specific plan. It is better to include each subpopulation explicitly in one plan so that we're thinking about the connections.
All right.
Well,
Yeah.
But
Go
okay.
Well, no, I think I get it.
Mhm.
I think that it isn't that you don't want to have a strategy for how to approach youth homelessness. It's that you want that to be incorporated in a broader strategy and have other things that would be incorporated in that same broader strategy.
So that it accounts for the linkages between the other subsystems and other populations? Absolutely.
Okay. And maybe this goes to, so part of it is you think you've identified a place where we could have efficiencies in the way in which we're doing our planning that would benefit all dimensions, and it might be a lighter load to do it in that more efficient way than to do different strategic plans for each of the subpopulations, which carries me over to, I think you also, in response to question 28, you observed that the full council is advising the ICH team to eschew legislative mandates and simplify the annual update. Could you speak to what you view as the unnecessary legislative mandates and where you see opportunities to increase efficiencies?
Yes. The annual update has a lot of different components. And amongst those components, for example, is evaluating member contributions towards the implementation of the strategic plan. So we have to then, as a continuum of care, define how we are evaluating member contributions and who is evaluating member contributions. Is it the ICH director, and do I get to do that? Or is it actually our members that are evaluating themselves and, that are evaluating each other? So we would actually have to institute a process for doing that and then play that and actually then implement that. So I think my constituents are saying, let's not try to figure that out this year. Let's just get an annual update done. So that means what we are delivering is not going to meet all of the components of the legislative mandate.
So then do we need to get together to think about how to most effectively recraft the legislative mandates so that you're adhering to the legislative mandate, not overriding it?
Absolutely. I mean, I would say we even need to revisit what the membership of the ICH is. Why do we have 16 different agencies included as part of the ICH infrastructure when we don't need 16 different agencies at the ICH full council every quarter? Let's think about how the executive office of the mayor actually works. They have deputy mayors, they have the city administrator, deputy mayors, and then district agencies. Let's focus our member participation on that infrastructure, align with that infrastructure, and maybe name a couple of key agencies, but focus in on how the executive actually operates and think about aligning with that as opposed to specifying.
Okay, so I hear you. This is going to be an ongoing project, I think, but and this is a tough period where the budgets are going to be tight and we're all looking for efficiencies. We use the expression, we're going to need to do more with less. I think, were there efficiencies that the ICH recommended in FY24 that, and if so, or in recent years, have you come up with things that would result in efficiencies? And if so, can you speak to any savings and benefits that have come from that?
You know, when we pose this question to our members, and I'm actually very grateful for DHS before, as they recognized that budget cuts were forthcoming, they came to ICH forums well, they didn't actually even come to ICH forums. They directly contacted providers to say, what would you recommend we do in this instance? How would you recommend we cut? And we at the ICH thought that that was a great idea and hosted those same conversations to say, providers, what are you thinking? Community, where could we gain efficiencies? Where could we gain savings? Where could we cut? Nobody wanted to answer that question. So I can come up with recommendations. I am chock full of ideas. I would cherish the opportunity, but I don't know that our community is.
Yeah, so I'm worried because with dollars as lean as they are, I think it's going to be important for folks in the community to be contributing to the discussion about how we do more with less.
So one way in which we're able to support this kind of a conversation with the continuum of care dollars is that we have a review panel that ranks all of the projects based on data available in HMIS and the applications from the projects. That way, we have community involved to rank all of the different programming that the federal government is funding, and then we submit those rankings to the federal government. Based on whether they have enough money or not, they fund projects based on that ranking. That might be one way to get community involvement and participation in terms of how we rank the different programs that are being implemented.
Okay, and to, you might bring down, stop sharing your screen, but, and Councilmember Parker, this is my last one. You refer, you have a discussion of the winter plan and you talk about the fact that our system relies on, that our day respite capacity is not what it needs to be, and that our system relies on public facilities, including recreational centers and public libraries for daytime respite. And I'm curious if you've looked around at other jurisdictions, whether or not that is a thing that happens in other places, because I have oversight over the libraries, and one of the things that I talk about with the executive director of the libraries is that they are putting more and more weight on trying to help serve people in homelessness. They're happy to do it. It's different than the library function, what you think of as the library function. How typical are we in the reliance on public facilities for that daytime respite with other jurisdictions? And what do you see as the answer in this area? Is it better equipping those public facilities, or is it developing separate public respite places that could serve and meet the demand?
So off the top of my head, this is a growing trend that libraries are becoming social service centers. And
Here or elsewhere?
around the country. So if I'm recalling correctly, we have a number, I think we even supported and participated in a MacArthur-funded fellowship that was looking at the changing role of libraries or something along those lines. So but I'm talking off the top of my head, trying to think back to like what I can recall, just in terms of what I've seen more recently. But I do think it is a growing trend around the country. It's not just specific to the district.
All right, wonderful. With that, my questions are done. I want to thank you very much for your testimony. We'll call up Director Pierre. Councilmember Parker, I think after Director Pierre's testimony, I'll let you go first since you've been waiting. Councilmember White, I'll let you then go right after Councilmember Parker, and I'll go third in the first round on with Director Pierre. So give us a moment for folks to get repositioned, and we will start with Director Pierre in a couple of minutes. All right, we have now been joined by Acting Director Rachel Pierre, Interim Director of the Department of Human Services, who is in turn joined by Brian Campbell, Administrator of the Economic Security Administration for DHS. It's practice of this committee to place our government witnesses under oath. I would invite all of our government witnesses, including staff in the audience who might be testifying later, to raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Human Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. Interim Director Pierre, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Chairperson Fruman, members of the Committee of Human Services, good morning. My name is Rachel Pierre.
Would you pull it just a little closer? Thank you very much.
My name is Rachel Pierre, and I'm the Interim Director of the Department of Human Services. Thank you for inviting me to testify here today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to discuss the activities and accomplishment of the department for fiscal year 24-25 to date. I am joined by Brian Campbell, Administrator of the DHS's Economic Security Administration. Brian leads a team of 800 employees delivering core programs to the district residents, including TANF, SNAP, medical assistance, and childcare. He has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership and dedication over his 18 years at DHS. Before my testimony, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge my predecessor, former DHS Director Laura Zeilinger. Laura served as DHS's director for 10 years until January 2025. I personally admire all that she accomplished during her tenure. She reformed our system of care for residents experiencing homelessness, implemented two-gen approach to serving families in a TANF program, and expanded youth services to effectively intervene with young people and their families when showing signs of risk. On behalf of the entire DHS's team, I thank Laura for her bold vision and her incredible work during her tenure. I'm honored to serve as Interim Director of DHS. I want to express my gratitude to Mayor Bowser for entrusting me with the responsibility of advancing our progress and carrying out the important work of this dynamic agency. I'm pleased to share with you the hard work being done across the department to strengthen our programs, enhance engagement with our residents, and to respond to the challenges we face. At DHS, our mission is to empower every district resident to reach their full potential by providing meaningful connections to work opportunities, economic assistance, and supportive services. This drives us to continuously improve existing systems, implement innovative new programs, and leverage technologies that advance our service. I'll begin by highlighting some of the work we have done as part of ESA to better serve district residents. ESA programs provide essential income support, including cash, food, medical assistance, childcare to more than 300,000 residents. Because of the vast reach and the impact of the programs, we consistently look for opportunities to streamline processes, ease administrative burdens, and embrace emerging technologies. We also work to deliver benefits efficiently and adjust our program as needed to improve the quality of the services. One of the changes we have made to adjust to the needs of our residents is the redesign of the TANF Employment and Educational Program, also known as STEP. We recently implemented a new family choice model that allows customers to select their level of engagement and case management with TEP providers based on the family's needs and career goals. While some residents opt for the guidance and structure of a TEP provider, residents now have the option to work independently on their self-directed path. Residents may continue to engage with TEP providers as needed and for support to submit timesheets, request referrals, and update their individual responsibility plan. By including family choice, we are expanding options for residents to engage with program in a manner that works for them and the needs of their families. One of our primary goals is to ensure accurate and timely administration of public benefits. Over the last 18 months, we've improved our processing time of SNAP applications. To date, the district timeliness is at 87%, compared to 58% in October 2023. We acknowledge there is still more work to be done to reach the federal standard of 95%. We have implemented several measures to enhance timeliness, including resuming interviews for all new and recertifying applicants to decrease applications inaccuracy and conducting reviews of cases for procedural inefficiencies. We have also been working on improving the summer EBT program, also known as Sunbucks program. This program provides $9.8 million in food assistance to more than 80,000 children in the district. As we enter the second year of administering this program, we have diligently been working with our partners at the DC Office of Chief Technology, OCTO, to improve the delivery and case management services of the program. To facilitate the continuity of benefits and ease the burden of the 30,000 households with SNAP customers who are seniors or have a disability, DHS has extended recertification periods for these residents, and we continue to work with the Department of Healthcare Finance, DC Access System, also known as DCAS, to enhance and introduce a simplified application for these households. As part of our efforts to protect district residents' benefit from fraud, we are exploring how technology can help prevent fraud and safeguard the benefits of SNAP and TANF customers. This issue, which affects both local and nationwide residents, involves criminal targeting vulnerable individuals and compromising their benefits. We encourage residents to take proactive steps like updating their EBT card PIN or freezing their card to stop unauthorized transactions. In fiscal year 24, we continued to reimburse verified stolen benefits, and we are currently exploring solutions and new technologies to prevent benefit theft and fraud. At the same time, as we adapt our programs and strategies to foster economic growth and stability for customers, we're also expanding our systems of care to better serve district residents experiencing homelessness, with the goal of making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. I'd like to shift now our efforts towards ending homelessness and strengthening the continuum of care. Through investments in homelessness prevention and diversion for unaccompanied adults, our streamlined intake for individuals experiencing homelessness initiative has expanded the reach of Project Reconnect, and now diversion staff are available in shelters, day services, and outreach teams to engage with people newly experiencing homelessness or facing housing instability. Additionally, we've launched the front door navigation tool alongside the Homeless Services Hotline. This tool has strengthened opportunities for diversion, provided consistent information about system operations and available resources, and connected people to the right resources faster. Since its launch, this tool has provided 151 additional referrals to Project Reconnect. We took the invaluable insight and key lessons learned from operating the Pandemic Emergency Program for medically vulnerable individuals, also known as PEPV, and applied them to open our first non-congregate bridge housing site, the Aston. The semi-private, service-rich program offers case management and housing navigation services and is currently serving 15 adults experiencing homelessness. Last week, we began welcoming an additional 50 residents to the Aston for services and support. We're also excited about opening our second non-congregate bridge housing site located at 25 East Street Northwest later this year. This site will serve individuals, adult families, and couples experiencing homelessness who cannot appropriately be served in our low-barrier shelters. Ending homelessness and strengthening the continuum of care means recognizing the need to continuously invest in our workforce and leverage the expertise of residents with lived experience of homelessness. Last spring, we launched the Peer Case Management Institute in partnership with Howard University School of Social Work. This initiative provides individuals with lived experience of homelessness with the training and support needed to become successful case managers within the homeless services system. Last summer, the first Peer Case Management Institute cohort graduated, with 66% of graduates now gainfully employed within the continuum of care. We continue to focus on our prevention and diversion programs for families, with the Homelessness Prevention Program playing a key role in helping families avoid shelter stays. Through case management, mediation, financial assistance, and connection to housing resources, the program prevented 12,879 families from experiencing an episode of homelessness in fiscal year 24. When families face a housing crisis, our robust emergency services system ensures the right resources are available to meet their needs. Families in need of support can visit the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, which is now co-located at 64 New York Avenue. Moving the center from its previous location on Rhode Island Avenue supports the continued delivery of high-quality care and services with DHS's programs and our partners, while also yielding a cost saving for the agency. Our short-term family housing sites, which opened nearly 8 years ago in the district, provide safe haven for families experiencing homelessness. With an average length of stay of 90 days, many families exit with the support of a housing resource, commonly known as rapid rehousing or the Family Rehousing Stabilization Program, FRSP. This time-limited 12-month housing subsidy helps residents end an episode of homelessness and transition to permanent housing. Last summer, we partnered with the DC Housing Authority to help transition 1,300 eligible families exiting FRSP for the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program. To date, I am pleased to share that approximately 900 of those 1,300 families have been approved for permanent housing resource, and we're working to have decisions determined on all applications by the end of this year. With the supportive services offered through our permanent housing programs, we have helped more than 6,500 households remain stably housed, with 903 households successfully leasing up with a voucher in fiscal year 24, and another 360 in fiscal year 25 to date. While there's still more work to do to increase the overall lease-up timelines, it's important to recognize the significant progress we have made in strengthening our case management capacity. Thanks to the hard work of our entire committee, thanks to the hard work of our entire community, we have made major improvement in reducing the time it takes to assign a case management provider. In fiscal year 22, this process took an average of 163 days, but in fiscal year 25, on average, this step has taken 16 days. Additionally, in January 2024, we launched a redesigned and simplified local rent supplement program application in partnership with the lab, the Housing Authority. This new version has made it faster for participants to complete the application process. Our team successfully developed internal voucher utilization dashboard to track key metrics, and although we still have a lot of work to do, we have begun to integrate the Housing Authority's data into our system, allowing case managers to access real-time updates on application statuses. Finally, in early fiscal year 25, we prioritized data cleanup efforts and began assigning turnover vouchers where available, ensuring these critical resources are effectively utilized. In fiscal year 24, we also implemented significant enhancement to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, also known as ERAP. Those changes include reinstating program requirements for demonstrating eligibility for ERAP, clarifying the definition of a qualifying emergency situation for program assistance, introducing new housing provider portal to help improve the ERAP application process, allowing housing providers to upload documentation needed to complete eligibility review. We hosted in-person ERAP applications clinic to support residents requiring assistance to complete an application online. And the ERAP hotline also provided real-time support for ERAP applications. For fiscal year 25, we shifted the opening of the portal once and kept it open until the number of applications that we projected could be supported with fiscal year 25 available funds were received. This marked a significant change from the past year in which we staggered applications with quarterly portal openings. These modifications help ensure that program funding is readily available to assist the residents it's intended to help. We acknowledge that everyone facing a rent hardship or payment challenge would benefit from ERAP. However, the limited resources make it difficult to support every eligible household. We continue to work with young people and their families to ensure that there is community and supportive services in their lives, which helps them to positively engage and achieve academic and social success. In fiscal year 24, the DHS Youth Services Division served 900 youth, and many who participated in YSD Juvenile Justice Program are likely to refrain from further legal involvement. For example, youth completing the Alternative to the Court Experience ACE program, 72.8% of ACE alumni do not recidivate 1 year post-program completion. Focusing on efforts to reduce chronic absenteeism and truancy, our collaborations with DC Public Schools are instrumental in tailoring interventions to decrease student truancy. I'm thrilled to share that seventh graders in the Kramer Middle School participating in our Parent-Adolescent Services Intensive Case Management Program ended the school year with 85.6% in school attendance, a 6% increase from fiscal year 23. In September 2024, we launched the Truancy Reduction Pilot Program in phases at select public schools and charter schools. We are encouraged by the progress of this program, which has received 240 referrals to date. Many parents of students with 15 days of full unexcused absences were successfully engaged on the importance of legal necessity of school attendance and accepted case management services to increase school engagement. A full report on the pilot program focusing on its progress initial outcomes will be shared with the council in the upcoming weeks. As we continue to strengthen our front door for young people experiencing housing instability and homelessness, we enhanced security protocols at our youth-specific drop-in centers and extended the district's shelter hotline services to include transportation for youth between drop-in centers and youth shelters. To help divert youth from experiencing homelessness, DHS's Project Reconnect assisted with critical supports, including move-in costs, housing navigation, and relocation assistance, and rental arrears. In fiscal year 24, 230 adults exited homelessness to permanent housing, and we're enhancing coordination and the continuum of care for young people who may need extended support within our unaccompanied adult system. With a renewed focus on increasing youth employment and income, we hosted a job fair that more than 145 youth and young adults were connected to workforce employment, higher education, and vocational training programs. Thank you for the opportunity to share our achievements and challenges over the past year. I'm appreciative of the leadership of Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Turnage, as well as the partnership of council, this committee, and our stakeholders throughout the district. I also want to express my sincere appreciation to the dedicated staff at DHS for their tireless dedication and compassionate work in serving the residents of the district. This concludes my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Interim Director PR. So we will go first with Councilmember Parker, then Councilmember White, and I see that we've been joined by Councilmember Henderson, who will go after Councilmember White, and then I will go with my first round. So Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. And it's good to see you again, Director Pierre. I want to jump into SNAP. And I know we've had some conversations about this. When I look at the applications received, it seems like there is a constant trend where those who are applying online, it is taking considerably longer for them to be verified and approved than those that are showing up in person. What are the reasons for this?
Thank you, council member. So part of the reason could be that if we don't get all of the documentation needed to complete an application online, and it could definitely take more time than applying in person. If a customer comes to one of our service centers and they have all of the applications, they are able to, front desk can review the applications, review the documentation needed, and if possible, make a determination in real time. I'm going to ask Brian to add anything I may have missed in this process.
Yeah, that summarizes it very nicely, Director. We practice one-touch resolution. So when we get an action, we try and complete it all the way through. One of the things which has been introduced since December, excuse me, is an interview requirement. So if somebody comes into a service center, we try and do the interview right then and there to get it all taken care of. By nature, if I apply online, I can't do the interview then. And so we will do outreach calls, and we'll also send a notice for folks who can call in to do an interview at their convenience.
Got it. That makes sense, especially with the interview requirement. And so suffice it to say, it may be better for folk to go into a service center to expedite the process. I know we've talked about verification for documents submitted. I've heard from a number of residents from across the city that they submit required documents and then they wait only for DHS to tell them they never received the documents. A minor fix we discussed is reinstating a receipt program where individuals can receive a receipt or a stamp of sorts to say, yes, you have delivered these documents. Where are you with reinstating that type of verification program within the SNAP benefits?
So I think we can answer the question two parts. If a customer applies directly to District Direct online, they get a confirmation of the documents they've submitted. There's a little bit of a miscommunication around what happens when a customer comes to a service center. There are two paths that a customer can take. If they want to express path, a customer can get the documents and just drop them in the just drop box. However, they have also the opportunity to get a number to wait to speak to somebody at the front desk. Once they speak to someone, the person can actually review the documents, ensure that they have all of the documents, and verbally tell them what documents are missing, and they will get a receipt, at least a timestamp of the action that they came to perform at the service center, and so forth. I do think there's an opportunity to improve on our process to also include what documents were dropped off and what documents are still outstanding. And we are working with our teams to see how we can potentially re-implement that process.
Awesome. And so just to verify, if I go to a service center and I'm engaging with a teller or individual, I do get a receipt to say I dropped off these documents.
You get a proof of an action taken that day. Well, what is missing in that form that you get is exactly listing out the documents that you dropped off and the documents that are still outstanding. But you do get a receipt of an action that's timestamped that you came in, and these are the things that you came in for, what services you applied, and so forth.
Okay, if I can make a recommendation, I'm glad to hear that this is something you're thinking about and working on. If there could just be a simple checklist and that receipt or verification can show these are the documents that were dropped off and delivered. And I would even say for the Dropbox, perhaps you have to see someone, they check off your receipt before you can put it in the Dropbox. The reason why this is so important, when I look at your responses and the data provided, 55,529 cases were terminated in fiscal year 24. for a failure to submit required information. So far in fiscal year 25, 13,964 cases have been terminated. Again, when I talk to residents, I hear repeatedly from dozens of folk, I've dropped off everything they've asked. I've done it multiple times, and yet DHS continues to tell me I haven't submitted the documents. So that's why I'm raising this up as an easy fix that can perhaps improve the efficiency with the SNAP program.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're definitely something that the team is committed to reviewing and try to understand any barriers to implementing this as soon as possible.
Okay. Hate to push, well, not hate to push, but I am going to push. Is there a timeline that we can circle back? Is that something that might take you 3 months, 6 months? When might we expect you all to reflect and have a policy in place where we can improve verification?
Sure. I think the best answer for me is we can follow up with your office in about a week or two to share a timeline. I don't want to share a timeline that hasn't necessarily been already sort of discussed and reviewed. But we can commit to getting back to you with a timeline.
Understood. And I would ask if you could share it also with obviously the chairman of this committee. I'm proud to sit on this committee. But again, this is a major barrier for a lot of people who are just trying to get their SNAP benefits. Moving on, I noticed that there is a significant number of applications that are taking over 30 days to review and approve. What are some of the reasons for why an application may take over 30 days to review?
So again, I'm going to let Brian to share a little bit more details about the reason for the application. I do also want to share that this is an area that we know that needs, improvement. I have shared in my testimony that we've improved our timeliness from 58% to 87% to date. And Brian can share a little bit with you about what are the reasons that's taking us a little bit longer and a plan to improve on that process.
Sure. And so on SNAP, there's two different timeframes. There's a 7-day timeframe for expedite, and there's a 30-day timeframe for a regular certification. We track both of them very, very closely. And the other thing we're doing on both of them is running what we call pending summary reports. And so we can identify cases which are creeping up against that 7-day or 30-day timeframe and kind of work it backwards. So by doing that, we've been able to improve, as the director said, from where we were at 57% to where we are now at close to 90%. Now, we still do have a bit to go, and we acknowledge that. And kind of looking at the reasons, some of the things that we're seeing are things that if we're still waiting for a verification from the customer, or if something might have gotten held up in the system. But what we're doing right now is essentially tracking that back and working to understand where the delta is on those cases which are lapsing out of timeliness.
Okay. To ask in a different way, it doesn't sound like this is a personnel issue. It's not that you don't have enough FTEs to process the number of applications. Is that fair?
Well, we certainly personnel is part of it. We look at three things. Do we have enough staff to do the workload we have? Do we have the right processes in place? And do we have the right technologies in place? So it's a combination of those things.
So do you have enough staff to process the applications that you're receiving?
Right now, we have 245 staff who are processing applications at our service center and our call center, another 30 or so staff who are also processing applications in other scenarios. We're struggling to keep up with that. We use overtime more than we'd like, but we're right. We struggle with the staff we have.
Okay, that is helpful. If you could share with this committee an FTE request that would help you more efficiently process these applications, that would be helpful. And I'm imagining you're sharing that feedback with the mayor as she submits her budget. In my last minute, a slight pivot, I wanted to come to the Sunbucks. And Director, do we have an update whether or not the district will receive the Sunbucks for this summer?
Yes, we expect to receive the Sunbucks for this summer and implement it as well.
Great. Awesome. Thank you. And Chairperson Fruman, I will turn back about 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember White?
Thank you very much, Chair Fruman. Thank you, Director Pierre, to you and your team. I know there's a lot of very hard work happening at DHS. Let me start with the encampment clearances. Do you believe that the administration is violating its own rules and regulations around the clearances happening now?
Um,
Specifically with the 14-day notice.
So Councilmember, there are two processes, either 14-day notice or 24 hours notice for immediate disposition. DHS gets its directives from the DMHHS as to what constitutes immediate disposition or a regular cleanup. Our role is really to support the residents who are affected by any closing of an encampment.
Okay, and what are the criteria on immediate dispositions, and where can we find that?
So it's on the DMHHS's website. Any safety hazard, it's on the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that I know, but those are vague terms and can apply to anything. And so I'm looking for more clear criteria that we can point to. Where could I find more clear criteria to make sure we have a criteria that we're following and are not making political decisions?
Sure. So the encampment cleanup protocol is on the DMHHS website. I believe it's on our website as well. So there is an encampment cleanup protocol. If you need anything more specific than that, I think we would probably be best to follow up with DMHHS because they establish a protocol. They make determination on when a cleanup or closing of encampment constitutes an emergency closing.
Okay, and so your legal counsel doesn't advise you as to whether the criteria they give you for not giving 14 days notice, your legal counsel doesn't advise as to whether or not it meets a particular criteria?
DHS gets its directives from DMHHS as it relates to when a closure happens. And our role in that process is to support the residents who are experiencing homelessness, who are our clients, and we support them, and we usually know who they are. We know them by name. The outreach teams are very familiar with them. We know what services they're eligible for, and we support them in getting to those interventions.
On LRSP vouchers, would you agree that DHS is the lead agency in the driver's seat on those?
It's a collaboration. It's a very close collaboration with the Housing Authority and DHS.
I recognize that, but somebody has to lead. Which agency would you say leads?
So, I mean, we lead part of the process, and it's that I can tell you the processes that DHS leads, and I can tell you the processes that the Housing Authority.
No, thank you. I want to know who's in charge because we don't know who's driving. And if we don't know who's driving, then that's, I think, the clearest answer as to why it's taking so long. Because if nobody's driving at this point, both directors say they're not driving. So would you commit to assuming we get the partnership of Chair Fruman, would you commit that you will come to the table with the DC Housing Authority and other necessary entities to figure out how we reduce the timeline for the LRSP vouchers?
Oh, absolutely. And that commitment has already been made, council members. So we work very closely with the Housing Authority at very different levels. So our program managers meet sometimes daily, weekly. My deputy administrator for permanent housing also has, every 2 weeks meet with the leadership at the Housing Authority. In my current capacity, I also just met with Director Pettigrew, and we have recommitted to having recurring meetings to make sure that we identify issues as they come and work together on a collaborative answer.
How long have those meetings been happening?
So I had my first meeting with the Director Pettigrew 2 weeks ago. Again, I am new in my current capacity. I had met other members of his team in my previous capacity. But the meetings happening on a program manager level, like they've been ongoing for multiple years. We understand, the challenges that they may have. Sometimes it's staffing, technical, support, and so forth. But the commitment is there. So
So,
yes.
but we got to move beyond commitment at this point. It sounds like there's not a strategy. Yeah, so I'm confident that there's partnership, confident that there's commitment, but where we got to get to a strategy to just a timeline, because right now everybody's pointing like this, and so we've got to move a little bit differently. And I think rather than pointing fingers, we've just got to get together, put the right heads together, and develop a strategy. So you'd be okay engaging with that?
Yeah, and if I may, council member, we are definitely not pointing fingers. We have a strategy. That's where we work very closely. And in every strategy, there's sometimes difficulty in implementing. The Housing Authority has worked very closely with us to help the families transitioning to a federal vouchers, and we're very pleased how with the pace of that lease up. And we have identified some of the barriers on our side. I have mentioned in my testimony that we've improved our case management assignment and so forth, and we are working with the Housing Authority to get better data. We also are committed to a very transparent process. We relaunched our storyboard on our website at DHS to really have a transparent process on how long it's taking us on each step. And we're also, working to get the data from the Housing Authority to integrate in our process. So it's more than just a commitment. The work is happening, but there's just still more work to do.
Agreed. Now you started that response by saying that you have a strategy. Can you send that to the committee and to me?
Sure, I can tell you about what we're working on.
No, you said you have a strategy, so
so we do have a strategy. It's not necessarily written in a strategic plan document, but we have identified what needs to improve in all of the process. Because again, like I mentioned, some of the pieces of the process DHS is responsible for. Some other pieces of the process the Housing Authority is responsible for. So we do have strategies to improve each step of the process.
Okay, but a strategy toward a specific timeline, would you say you have that or no?
So I will see what the team has, and we're happy to share any documents with you, because we have several strategies for each step of the process.
Want to go through some recently passed legislation. Last year, the council passed my bill, the Youth Mentorship Through Community Engagement Act, with which DHS would administer. When the bill takes effect, which would require funding, what are the first steps that DHS will take towards implementation?
So I think, the last part of your question, that it does require funding. We have not yet worked on the implementation plan. And as soon as we have commitment that this is something that we're going to be able to implement, we'll work in collaboration with your office, council member, to make sure that we have a great implementation plan.
Okay. Once funding is dedicated, but before the fiscal year starts.
Once funding is dedicated, we'll start that process, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's fair. Same with the pets and housing bill. Last year, the council passed my pets and housing bill. Once the bill takes effect, which also requires funding, when I guess based on the last answer, when there's a dedication of funding, will you start developing an implementation plan?
Absolutely, council member.
Appreciate it. Quickly, DHS has not yet submitted a report to the council about CCMV, which was due February 1st, which my office, I used to chair the committee with oversight over DHS, required in last year's BSA. What's the status of that plan?
So the plan is delayed because we continue to work with CCNV to ultimately agree on the finalization of a plan. So we are in that process. There's still just a couple of areas that we're still negotiating for the finalization of the plan. We did mention to council that we we could potentially submit a status update, but it's not necessarily going to be a plan. But we're in the finalization of a plan.
Okay, the status update through the committee would be will work for now as long as it's accompanied by a timeline for the plan.
Will do.
Thank you very much, Director. Thank you, Chair Fruman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Chair Fruman, and good morning, Director Pierre. I want to thank you and your staff again for the time that we had to chat. I think it was a week or two ago. Days are turning into weeks and those kinds of things. So I just want to follow up on some things publicly, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
Want to start with staffing. So this was something that I've had an ongoing conversation with DHS with regard to overtime. In FY25, you all increased the budget for overtime to $129,000. But I know that we were still struggling with some vacancies. And so I'm curious where you all on overtime spend at this particular stage.
So the use of overtime is really used to make sure that we meet our timeliness and accuracy goals, to make sure that our residents will rely on our benefits, get those benefits as quickly as possible. I don't know if I have the spending on overtime right now. Do you have? But it's something that we can definitely get to you, council member, as soon as possible.
Okay. In terms of eligibility services, that particular area of the agency, how many vacancies are you all currently?
I'll pass it to Brian for that information.
Okay.
We have about 40 SSR vacancies right now. And we have a hiring cohort, which is being going to be listed momentarily.
Okay. So I'm sorry, hiring cohort, meaning you're about to just post for positions to be available to bring a group in.
Correct.
Okay. When was the last cohort that you all brought in?
Brought in a cohort last summer.
Okay. Do we average about 2 cohorts a year or?
So we'd been throttling different cohorts. And so actually our strategy right now is we're going to try to calendar our cohort onboarding to have 3 cohorts come in on board every year at a fixed time. Now that's going to vary in terms of how many people we bring on based upon our attrition and our vacancies and our funding. But what we're hoping to do is be able, by doing that, we're going to be able to also align our training schedule and also align kind of just the overall process. And so we're moving away from, again, our goal is to move toward a specific cohort calendaring onboarding.
Okay. We have a couple of other agencies who do something similar. OUC, for instance, brings on a cohort of call operators at the same time. One of the things, though, with that is if you have a large attrition that takes place in, say, I don't know, April, but you're not bringing on your next cohort until June, that puts the agency back a couple of months in terms of being able to fill those positions. How long does it take for someone from, you all have agreed on hiring to them being able to start work? So like, how long is the training for SSRs?
Training is about 6 months.
6 months. Okay. So I bring somebody on in June and then I really can't even use them until maybe January.
Right. And we train on different parts of the program. And so we'll, as you know, we do everything from, we do SNAP medical assistance and cash assistance, and we'll train based upon where the most presenting need is and then bring folks on. So for instance, right now we're just doing our TANF training for the cohort we brought on last summer, although they've already been online and working on SNAP and medical assistance cases.
Okay. Okay. I want to switch topics a little bit to talk about the ACE diversion program. I know that this is a program that, at least as I'm referring to it, is shared between you all and the Office of the Attorney General, that they use this program as part of their diversion efforts. My understanding is that OAG can refer young people who have committed crimes or who have 15 days of unexcused absences from school to ACE in lieu of prosecution. And then that young person signs an agreement with the OAG to complete the ACE programming instead of being prosecuted. Now, when I talked to DHS about this last year, I was told that, DHS would check in on the status of the family up to 30 days after the referral has been made. But if a person hasn't reported to ACE 45 days after a referral, some action would be taken. The OAG this year, when I asked, said now that young people have 28 days to report. Is this your understanding as well?
Councilman, I may have to get back to you. I'm not clear that there was a just change of the reporting time for ACE.
Okay, is the staff who does ACE, are they there or?
No, they're not with us right now, but I can try to get the information to you before the end of this hearing. We have very rigorous communication process with the OAG, and I'm not sure that from my understanding, the timeline has changed from 45 days to anything shorter than that.
Okay,
Don't
well,
really have
one of the
specific
things, well,
timelines, so-
let me ask, the timeline is important.
Okay.
And when I asked OAG around how long before something is referred back, they said that, you know, they had worked with DHS to set up this timeline. And my major question was, if a young person is being diverted for a particular crime, why do we give them up to a month to actually do the diversion program? Why are we not requiring more immediate engagement? And the Attorney General said that that was a DHS policy. So now I'm asking you.
Yeah, so for us, it's 30 days, right? We definitely try to engage with the families for, as much as possible. We do keep in communication with the Office of the Attorney General to make sure that they are aware of the outreach that we make with families. So we have a 30-day engagement period ultimately before
Okay.
we refer the families back.
But then that's my question. Why do we wait 30 days?
Or because we know that certain.
Or why do we give them 30 days to decide whether or not they're going to engage?
Because the program is also voluntary, so we want to make sure that we give the families an opportunity to understand the program, and then we refer them back if they're not willing to participate. So we give a 30 days engagement. If you're asking if we should go back and review if 30 days is too long, then we can kind of go back with the committee. But right now, it's 30 days.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, I think mainly for the public as well. A child being referred to ACE for truancy is one thing. A child being referred to ACE for a criminal matter is something different. Yes, it is voluntary, but also this is in lieu of prosecution, right? So that you should act immediately as opposed to having this 30-day grace period of you not engaging or responding to the DHS phone calls about engaging on this matter. Let me ask some of the data questions because we didn't have some updated data in the pre-hearing responses, but how many young people did OAG refer to ACE for truancy related cases in FY24?
For the truancy, let me get that. And I just want to say something about your last question. We don't wait for 30 days to engage. We give the families we give ourselves up to 30 days to make contacts with the families because sometimes we have the wrong information on the referrals. We may not have the right, phone number and so forth, but that does not mean that we wait for up to 30 days, before engaging. Engagement happens, for the family as soon as possible.
Okay.
So now you're asking about the ACE referrals to. Let me just give me a few minutes to kind of get back. I have the data somewhere, council member.
Okay. This is a bit on the unusual side because normally our agencies bring their folks with them. I have some other questions about ACE as well.
Sure.
That are data related. So I was interested in, how many people did you all refer back to OAG for non-participation? Those kinds of things. Are those also questions we'll have to wait on?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay. So let me ask about PASS. I think I still have a little bit of time here. So you all were doing this pilot program this year in terms, well, I'm sorry. You're doing this intensive case management program with regard to students for truancy. How did you all choose the 5 schools for this program?
So, So the schools were chosen in coordination with the DME to really, we wanted to make sure that we had a diverse set of schools. So a little bit of the charter schools. It was done with the collaboration with the department, Deputy Mayor of Education. We wanted to make sure that we have a diversified schools, some charter, some public schools, different sizes and different demographics.
Okay. How many, have you hired all of the individuals that you all asked for this program?
Not quite, we're almost there. We're waiting on reprogramming to be able to hire the last set, and I think we still have about 3 or 4 vacancies.
Okay, I'm over
Internally.
my time. We'll talk more about this on the next round. Councilmember, Chair Fruman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I think that attachment 4 and 5 of the oversight hearing responses might go to overtime earners. So there may be some specific data in the record that you could take a quick look at if you'd like.
Great, thank you. You said 4 and 5?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Interim Director Pierre, I'm going to ask you a few questions about the encampment clearings that are happening right now. I mean, I don't know, I think in the next 20 minutes, I think they're scheduled. Can you share when you learned about the imminence of these or the scheduling of these?
Sure, so DHS was notified yesterday morning that, or I'm sorry, maybe Wednesday night, that they would be posting 24 hours notice to get the residents, that specific campaign would be closed today. It's happening today.
So there's been kind of mixed reporting. There, on the one hand, the suggestion has been this is the first time this was scheduled, and then there's a reference, I think, in the mayor's statement that these were scheduled for clearing on February 28th and postponed. Did you get a notice before February 28th that they were that there was a planned clearing for these sites?
Yes, there was a planned clearing, and we postponed it because of the weather and hypothermia, during the hypothermia season.
So it seems like after that, it proceeded on the expedited basis, whereas before that, it might have been a schedule that had more notice to it. Is that the policy, that if one has been scheduled and postponed, then it might be reinstated with the very short notice that's happened here, 24 hours? Or is there a expectation that there would be a new notice with an extended period of warning for the residents?
So, Councilmember, they're just reviewing the process that the DHS does not establish what constitutes the need for a closing of an encampment, especially as it relates to immediate disposition. Our role is really to support our residents experiencing homelessness, and we get them connected to the resources that they're eligible for when they are going to be displaced by the closing of an encampment.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, this is one that's troubling in lots of different ways. Every encampment clearing is a time for a lot of sympathy for the folks who are involved. This one comes in the shadow of the president doing a tweet, which is disconcerting to me and to our residents. And one hopes this isn't a thing that is done in response to that, but rather as the extension of a policy that has already been in place. The more assurance that we can have that that is the case, I think the better. But even more fundamentally, what is the plan for connecting folks who are being moved with services? Do you have a sense of where we are in terms of the numbers of folks who will be connected with services, the percentages?
Sure. So 5 residents were affected by the closing of that particular encampment. 2 residents were already matched to permanent housing. So we are trying to expedite their housing process. 100% of the residents displaced were referred to, services. We had room at the Aston, so the Aston was offered to all 5 of those residents. Only 1 said yes to a relocation of the Aston, but we continue to provide services. These residents were connected to their outreach provider, which is Miriam Kitchen. So we know, who they are. As you mentioned, the closing of the encampment is happening right now. So I will probably get a report at the end of the day who said yes to offer for the Aston. Oftentimes, it's not until the closing of the actual encampment that the residents say yes to what we offer them. So our hope is that all 5 residents actually move into the Aston because we do have space over there.
And are there 2 sites being cleared, though? There's one by the East Street Freeway, and is there one also closer to the White House?
So my understanding is that the encampment that's being closed today is the one on the East Street.
Okay. Yeah, so I went by yesterday and there were more tents. There were more than 5 tents there. Is the idea that some significant number of those tents weren't being used?
So what we often see is that one resident may have more than 1 tent. 1 tent where they use their belongings, they keep their belongings, and 1 tent where they sleep, so it's not unheard of that we have residents using more than 1 tent. But I can tell you that and sometimes tents are there and they're abandoned because the resident may have moved on. But I can tell you that the number of residents who are actually there who are being displaced is just 5.
Okay, thank you very much. Grants administration, we heard a fair amount of testimony about this, and you in the context of ERAP providers, you have a system where you give some element of an upfront payment, which then enables them to operate more smoothly than if they had to wait. But in other places, the Deputy Mayor for Education has implemented a program like that for OST providers that the response to it has been overwhelmingly positive and made the systems work better overall. There are other places in the agency where you don't have something like that, and I wonder if you're looking at that, whether it's grants for case management and providing upfront payments. We heard a lot about this in the youth homelessness setting. What are you thinking about in terms of expediting your grant making process so that including an upfront payment element?
Thank you, Councilmember. So this is something that we're definitely looking at. We're very aware, and it is unfortunate that there was a delay in our grant execution for this fiscal year. We have worked very closely with the youth provider. We're in constant communication with them. In some cases, if a provider kind of escalates to us that this could cause, significant, breaking operations, we will work with them to try to expedite their grant process. Based on the public testimony and understanding that there are other systems with DME and whatnot that we can look at, we are working with our OCFO's office to see where we can have a similar process and hoping that we will not get, any significant delay next year too. But we are working internally to really improve our process internally to make sure that this does not happen.
So that this doesn't happen because you'll incorporate an upfront payment, or you'll improve your processes under the current system?
I think there's an opportunity for both. I think there's an opportunity for us to improve our processes. The reality is that our budget is not really finalized until it gets congressional approval in September, but there is an opportunity for us to really expedite our process in the summer while we wait for final, budget approval. As it relates to getting some upfront payments, we'll work with OCFO office to see what's possible.
All right, wonderful. And maybe, you described it that the budget doesn't get finalized until congressional review is done, but what's the typical schedule of what happens? So you wait till September, How does it work once you know who your grantee, when do you know who your grantees are going to be? And then what is the timeline and where have there been delays in getting the money out the door?
So we know by the summer. I mean, unless it's a new solicitation, we usually know by the summer, if we're gonna, where the grants are in terms of their period of performance. So, but there are significant layers of approval before we can actually, get a grant executed and get it to the providers. We do look at an opportunity to do any modifications in terms of reporting requirements and so forth. So in that summer, before the period of performance, it is an opportunity for us to improve our deliverables oftentimes with the providers. So DHS currently has over 80 grants, not, to include our contracts. So the delay has really made us realize that we need to do so much more upfront work in the summer while we're waiting for final budget approval. So that's a process that we're working on. We've already have sort of a schedule. We had a schedule last year, and ultimately it didn't quite work out the way we wanted to, because this is not a new problem, and we are just trying different avenues. So I think one of the things we're going to do again this year is improve on our timeline of different approvals, because it's the same people ultimately who have to do all the same reviews, as well as exploring the opportunities to maybe get some upfront payments to the providers so that they don't have to deal with that.
All right, well, I may return to this. I see Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I wanted to focus now on truancy, and just to level set for those that may be watching. The district had a significant truancy problem. We have a bifurcated system. Students under the age of 13 at 10 days or more of unexcused absences. CFSA is to investigate and then follow up, trying to get that young person back into school. We know CFSA is largely not following up with young people. A data point in fiscal year 24, more than 3,000 referrals were made to CFSA, and they followed up with roughly 200 of those young people. When we ask, then what, or who is following up with the rest of them, it is clear, no one. For young people over 13, they are referred to court social services, who then makes a referral to the Attorney General. And the Attorney General has decided that there will be no prosecution, nor should there be, I agree, for truancy, but that they can use various programs run by DHS, including ACE, PASS, to get these young people, namely those in high school, back into school. So I wanted to come and talk there. I just had an oversight hearing with the Attorney General yesterday. We know that thousands of students are not attending school at the high school level, yet court social services only referred 608 high schoolers to the Office of the Attorney General. The Office of the Attorney General referred roughly 100 students to the PASS program and 100 students in fiscal year 24, according to their documents, to the ACE program. I was struck then to learn that there then is no communication or follow-up between DHS and the Office of the Attorney General about these students, the outcomes, whether or not there's been an improvement. And so I wanted to focus here. At the point you receive a referral from the Office of the Attorney General, what do you all do on your end?
So all of our, so there's a triage process. So we have workers, we kind of triage and try to, or intake, I'm sorry, and make contact with the families. So we utilize all opportunities to make, contact with the families, the information that we get from the referral form. We do also outreach to the schools, and we also do in-person outreach to the families. So if a family, once we make contact with the young person or the family, we start the process. But I do want to kind of clarify one thing that you said, Council Member, that we are not necessarily in contact with the Office of Attorney General. We have a staff at the Office of Attorney General daily, and they meet with the families at the court building if possible. So we work very closely with the Office of Attorney General, and we meet them sometimes at referrals to make sure to see if the family is willing to participate. And we do a weekly, bi-weekly call.
In your pre-hearing responses for the PASS program, you say there was a 68% improvement in terms of attendance. So let's really say 100 high schoolers were put in that program, 68 of them improved their attendance. It's my understanding for the roughly 32 students that don't improve, there's no follow-up or feedback loop back with the Attorney General. But you're saying there is. Can you clarify?
So kids in PASS are not necessarily the same as the kids in ACE. So PASS is a very voluntary service that we support, we provide case management. It's a voluntary service
It's not, respectfully, it's not voluntary.
Well,
It
ACE is
should-
referred by the court. PASS is voluntary, but ACE is referred by the court.
If a young person under the age of 18 of compulsory age is expected to be in school and they're not attending school, it is not voluntary. It should not be seen as voluntary. Now, by voluntary, do you mean they're not coming in with handcuffs and a ball and chain? Yes, but I guess what I'm getting here, obviously there are failures across the system. I am not trying to suggest that DHS is solely to blame for a truancy issue, but what is clear to me is that from agency to agency, there is a lack of follow-up, there's a lack of coordination, there's a lack of communication. And I was struck to learn by the Attorney General's admission that when they hand over the referral to DHS, they essentially wash their hands of that young person, and now it's in the responsibility of DHS.
Are you referring to ACE or PASS, council member?
Both.
Okay.
And so I guess what I'm asking is for the young people who we are not seeing improved performance or attendance, what is the follow-up or communication between you and the school, between you and the Attorney General, or you and anyone?
So maybe let me, since you're talking about truancy, maybe we can focus on truancy a little bit, because with our truancy pilot, which is a new pilot ultimately implemented this year, the goal of this pilot was to better coordinate.
I'm gonna come to the pilot, but I just want to make sure. So is it fair to say there is a lack of follow-up for young people who do not see improved attendance via the ACE or PASS program?
So I think there's always opportunities to kind of improve on a follow-up. We don't necessarily, no, I mean, I think that we really do follow up with the families. We either refer, we continue to work with the communities. We refer, we are in constant contact with the Office of Attorney Generals. We do share the information of the young people who complete the program versus who do not complete the program. So we work back.
Okay, so I think this is an area that we should examine, including with CFSA. I just think our system is complex and it's not working. Now we funded a pilot, and you're working with a number of schools. I believe Anacostia, H.D. Woodson, KIPP, and there may be a couple of others.
5 schools.
And you are, by your admission, it's showing promise. Can you give a stat or why do you have confidence that the pilot is working? And I'm glad to hear that it is showing promise.
Well, because we do see, families participating. To date, we have received 240 referrals from all of the schools. The vast majority of those families have said yes to the services. So 82% of the families received the truancy education and either declined for additional services or had students already connected to another process. So families are at least engaging with us. So that's a positive sign. 44 clients were referred to a briefcase management, and out of 44 clients, 28 have been open for, and 2 have early closed due to no contact. So then the families.
So let me ask there. I love those numbers. What happens if a family declines engagement with DHS through this pilot? What is the next step?
We closed the case. I mean, the truancy pilot is still voluntary. But we reported back. We reported back to the school council.
Oh, parents, your kid can go to school and not go to school, and DC is saying, "Oh, it's voluntary." No, it's not voluntary. It should not be. We should not communicate that it's voluntary. It is the expectation and it is the law that young people go to school?
So we report back to the school the young people who participate and whatnot. So what the school does with that referral, that's outside of DHS's scope, but we do report back and we share the communication. We try to engage as assertively as possible, but we don't have jurisdictions to do anything else but that. We report
Okay.
back to the various stakeholders on the progress of the young people, but DHS does not have within its boundaries any.
Understood. And
opportunity-
maybe that is a loophole that we need to address. And again, I'm not saying we should be locking families up, but again, I do think there needs to be more follow-up and accountability if a young person is not going to school, for all the reasons why we know that is important. Why I am excited to hear the numbers that you're sharing is because I actually think DHS is a better agency than CFSA and the Attorney General to both investigate and support these families through your case management process. In my last 30 seconds, I know there is an expectation that you're going to deliver a summary, a report about how the program is going. Can you give a timeline and an update when the council should expect those things?
So just want to go back to just the last question the last statement that you made before answering your question. We definitely let the families know that if they don't participate, we refer them back to OAG. We definitely
Great.
also let them know of the law, of the importance of school attendance. I just wanted to clarify that DHS
Well, I'm
itself.
glad to hear that because I was concerned. So if you reach out to a family through this pilot program and they decline or they're not responsive, then you are making a referral to the Office of the Attorney General.
We share the information to the Office of Attorney General. We share the information with the school, and we let the Office of Attorney General knows who basically are participating.
Great. And then I know I'm over time, but just very quickly, can you give a timeline and an update when we might receive reporting out on the status and outcomes of this pilot program?
The first report, the status is due on March 31st, and we are looking to have a full school year to be able to really kind of assess, all of the outcome. But the first report will be submitted by March 31st.
Thank you, Director. And thank you, Chairperson Fruman.
My last clarifying question. We informed the school council member, not necessarily the Office of Attorney General, when the kids are not participating. The school themselves have different obligations, but we inform the school when the young people are not participating in the truancy program. But we do counsel the families on the fact that it's the law that young people have to kind of go to school. We just don't have the mechanism to enforce that law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. Before, I don't know if Councilmember Henderson is going to come on. I will say on this whole area of truancy, I was struck by the alphabet soup of programs, PACE, CARES, STEP, the pilot, CFSA is out there. I do think we probably all would benefit from doing a hearing at some point on all of the different pieces out there, because we're making the landscape more complicated and different things are for different kinds of settings, but we should understand, and they're falling under different agencies. We should understand the landscape better than I feel like I do right now. Sorry for that interjection, Councilmember Henderson. It's now take it away.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I didn't realize that Councilmember White had dropped off. Councilmember Parker kind of took a bunch of my questions on in terms of how the pilot program is going. So I'll move on to a different topic. In the performance oversight hearing for the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, which was last month, they reported that the funding for the majority of the Interagency Council on Homelessness staff is from the DHS budget, and that it requires an annual execution of an MOU. During the hearing, the deputy mayor said that they're working to transfer the FTEs to DMHHS permanently. What's the status of the movement on this update, or is this something that you all are planning to execute in terms of a full transfer for FY '26?
Sure, we support the transfer as well, and it has to be, it all depends whether the funding is loaded. So if it's loaded in the DMHHS's budget, then that works. We've made that request as well, so we support that move.
Okay. Moving to public benefits, I know Councilmember Parker asked some questions about Sunbucks. I knew that we were going to continue with the program, but I've got some questions in terms of the particular mechanics. Department of Healthcare Finance at their performance oversight hearing said that Healthcare Finance, DHS, and the Office of the State Superintendent for Education will be entering into a data sharing agreement for the Sunbucks program. Do we have a timeline of when that will be completed by?
I don't have time on when we're going to have it completed by, but we're on process to have everything going live when we go live for it this summer. And the really salient thing within that agreement is going to be that we're going to be able to streamline more kids to receive Sunbucks than we did last year. Last year, we were only to streamline the TANF and SNAP, which is about 45,000, and everybody else had to apply. Because we're entering this agreement, we're going to be able to streamline more kids. This year, up to 80,000, which will include the Medicaid kids. And so really, there's going to be a very, very few number of kids who have to, or families who need to apply. And last year, also, I'll add that we had about 10,000 who applied outside of the streamline, so we had 55,000. So based upon the collaborative effort that we're making with Healthcare Finance, OSSI, OCTO, in terms of the system, we're going to be serving another 25,000 kids this summer.
Wonderful. And with that, just to confirm as well, the plan is still to upload the Sunbucks benefits onto existing cards as opposed to mailing out news?
Those who have an EBT card.
Okay.
Yes. Now, there's going to be clearly folks who don't have EBT cards, and then those will be mailed out.
Okay. Director Zeilinger, former Director Zeilinger said last year that the next phase of the elderly simplified application for SNAP was scheduled for 2025. Can you all provide an update on that rollout?
So just to clarify what the next phase is a simplified application.
Yes.
And what we're doing right now, we're building the interfaces so we can execute that simplified application. Right now, we have the application built and designed, which we used, which is 8 pages. If I recall, and I'll follow back up with this, it's at the end of the this calendar year is when it's slated to go live, but I'll double check on that.
Okay. I want to switch to asking some questions about the DC-1 card. Who holds the data for DC-1 card? Is it DHS or another agency?
I believe it's OCTO.
Okay. I'm curious, are DHS caseworkers helping individuals sign up for the DC-1 card though? So someone at DHS would have to know how it works, yes?
Yeah, so we do. So, I mean, it's an extremely successful tool to help our residents who are experiencing homelessness to kind of receive ID. So we make those applications, we fill out the applications, we bring them to OCTO, and then they are able to complete that process.
Okay, all right, then I'll ask some questions to OCTO about that. I finally want to just switch to talking a little bit about DCAS, which is like our favorite joint program between DHS and Department of Healthcare Finance. Healthcare Finance shared in their oversight hearing that they have the ability to implement a tracker so beneficiaries can track where their application is. But they said that the DHS side doesn't have this capability. What are the barriers for DHS implementing a tracker process?
The barriers for tracker process and DCAS.
The barriers for tracker process and DCAS in terms of, I apologize.
Oh, yeah, if you could turn your mic on.
The barriers for the tracking process and DCAS in terms of where an application is lying right now?
Yeah.
built that into it yet in terms of we've identified other priorities which we think are more important as it relates to timeliness and accuracy. We have heard it loud and clear in the testimony as well as what advocates have said, and you've said that we need to go and take a critical look at how we do that and where we build that in. Now, if folks are have District Direct, and we have over 250,000 people who've downloaded District Direct, and we have 4,000 uses every day, one can go into District Direct and identify where they are in the process, whether there's an outstanding verification. If folks are also curious, they can want to know where they are, they can call our call center and ask.
Okay.
And the call center can advise them where it is in the process and what possible outstanding verifications there may be.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to echo, and you guys have heard me talk about this before, perhaps in other agencies, because I do this with DC Health all the time, right? I feel like it would help our customer service if someone didn't have to call a call center just to find out where they are in the application process. If I can track a pizza, I should be able to track my benefits application. And so I know that there were other things that were higher priority, but I do feel like this can truly help across the board once it's implemented, from both giving some expectation setting to those who are applying, and also minimizing the number of calls that are coming into a call center just to check a status of an application. Healthcare Finance also shared that they're collaborating with you all on a tool to simplify the personal reference number for a consumer in situations where someone might have multiple applications open. What's, to your knowledge, the status of this?
Yeah, the PRN, that's how we identify and can which case, who's tied to which case. And we're working with Code for America on that right now. And what Code for America is doing, they're doing what's called entity resolution. And we have things spread across essentially 3 different systems. And so by unifying the PRN and having a single PRN, what Code for America is going to help us do is bring all the documents to the same space. So when a worker pulls up the case to work, whether it's my case or your case, every single thing which is associated with my case as well as household members will be right there, and they don't have to go and look for it in different spots of the system. Right now, where we are on that process, they have a beta test which they have rolled out, and it's going to be in 3 different phases. But moving forward on that, they've interviewed both customers, they've interviewed advocates, and they've interviewed 55 SSRs who are actually working the system so they understand how to make it work better.
Okay. Councilmember Fruman, I'm going to give my minute and 25 back. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. I'm going to go back to the grant making process and the timelines through the grant making.
Yes.
Do you have a sense of, for FY23 and FY24, what were the mean and median number of days following the start of the fiscal year before you started paying down on the grants?
So I have the data for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 that we had about 84 days.
Say it one more
The
time.
mean was about 84 days in fiscal year 23. In fiscal year 24, that number unfortunately increased. It was about 119 days. And that was the mean, and the median for fiscal year 23, 79 days and 121 days in fiscal year 24.
So we're looking at in fiscal 3 months in fiscal 23, 4 months in fiscal 24. And what are you? Is there an explanation for why it took longer in 24 than 23? And what does it mean, or what things have you done so that the period is shorter for 25? So,
Councilmember, I think it just does speak to what I've mentioned, that there is definitely a need to review our process because these are not numbers that we're comfortable with. We do understand that it may cause significant operational challenges for our providers. We are working in collaboration with internally. We're really reviewing our process to kind of start planning early in the summer. But I can't tell you exactly. We had issues with our new DIFs program. We have many concerns, issues with our technology and so forth. But ultimately, it's not an excuse. We really are committed to make sure that we get the grants out sooner this year and get the payments out sooner as well.
And you made the reference to working with Octo or the Office of the CFO about advance payments. Are there others who you might work with to try to improve systems in other places? You've worked with Lab DC, for example, to try to come up with improved processes. Are you open to the idea of working with others in this fiscal year so that we can get to a place where next fiscal year the wait times are shorter?
Absolutely. We are always open to work in collaboration.
All right. Going to turn to ERAP, which in terms of delays has something of a good news story. I guess last year it took 145 days from submission of an application to payment. This year it's closer to 63 days. So good news, except if it's because there's so many fewer applications that are being processed. What explains that improvement there? Is it that the number of applications processed is smaller?
So this year we had less funding for ERAP in our budget than we did last year. And I think I mentioned in my testimony that last year, we had the portal open quarterly. This year, we just had the portal open just once. We still continue to try to understand, what's working, what's not working, and improve our best practices. We understand that ERAP ultimately is used when a family is experiencing a housing crisis. We work to try to get the funding out of the door as soon as possible, and we just kind of continue. We have work to do in that environment, in that space.
So looking at some of the numbers, I think it's reported that there have been 252 ERAP applications paid so far in FY 25. And here it's, if I'm looking at the numbers correctly, it's $26 million in the program. And then there's a reference to 13.7 million has been paid, but that includes paying folks who were in the queue for FY24, I take it. And then 6.7 million that's available to be paid still. The implication of that is about $5.6 million in overhead for the program. Is that accurate?
Well, I didn't hear quite the number. You said $5.6 million?
I think
That's the last part that I didn't hear.
Yeah, so if there was $26 million put in, 13.7 has already been paid.
Yes.
Some of that is for people in FY24.
Yes.
There's 6.7 that's still available to be paid. So
Yes.
that would be, together, that's 20,400,000. But there was 26 million that was put there. So it implies to me that there's 5.6 million that is used to administer the distribution of that $20 million. That's right?
Yeah, approximately. I think the number is 7.5 million ultimately for this year.
For administration of
Yes.
that program. And then, so the 13.7 million that's been paid to landlords so far, and that's related to folks, including from FY24, and there's just 252 new people in FY25 so far. Is that correct?
No, for FY25, 472 applications have been paid out.
Oh,
So it could be that by the time we submitted the
It's
pre-hearing
changed.
questions, yeah. So this is just more updated numbers.
Oh, and so all of those numbers. So then how much do you have a number that shows how much is available?
So I can tell you the pending applications, so so I don't have that number in terms of how much is still available. I can tell you that we still have about 1,000 applications to process this year.
So in those 1,000 applications, they need to be processed, but have they been approved in a sense in that they were qualified for application?
No. So the way it works is that, as you know, that the portal was open for about 6 hours this year, and we received about 2,700 applications. So some applications we're able to claim, right away, and some applications have yet to be claimed. Our commitment is that we would claim all of the applications at the end of this month. And then once an application is claimed, we have 45 days to make a determination. We've been approving about 50% of applications based on eligibility criteria. And then once an application is approved, we have 15 days to make the payment.
So if an application's, so if there's 1,000 that are pending and your acceptance rate is 50%, then there could be 500 more people who, the best guess is 500 more people will benefit from ERAP this year. So a total of, you said 642, so total of 1,100, 1,200 folks benefiting from ERAP this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because we've accepted about 2,700, so about a 50% acceptance rate. So somewhere, yeah,
Around that.
around that.
Okay. And you don't have the number of dollars that are available, but you think that the number of dollars that are available are likely to cover the amount that's going to come through? And what happens if it doesn't?
Yeah, so last year, so fiscal year, so part of the reasons we had to cover fiscal year 24 applications with fiscal year 25 funding is because we had committed last year that we would pay out 100% of the applications that were eligible with fiscal year 24 funding. We had committed to pay out 100% of eligible application that we accepted in fiscal year 24. We had projected to only accept the number of applications that we thought we'd be able to pay with fiscal year 24 funding. But because of that commitment, we actually accepted too many applications that we're able to process with fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 24 funding. So this year, we were very clear that we could not commit to paying out more money that was appropriated for ERAP for this fiscal year. So so far, the team do not feel that we will be, that we'll have applications that we cannot pay out with fiscal year 25 funding, but we have to go through the whole process to be 100% certain.
Okay, so last year, that's why there's the carryover dollars. So the 26 million, a chunk of that 26 million had to be used to pay for, and I mean, I wonder if there's, yeah, go ahead.
I think we have 4.5 million still need to be paid out for this fiscal year for the approximately 500 applications that probably will be approved.
I do think you should keep us apprised of what's happening, because in the budget process, you're going to know, were there 100 people, 10 people who applied, were approved, and then they're not going to get paid? And is there something that we should do to make those people whole? I hear you that you've made no commitment that you're going to make those people whole. On the other hand, the fact that they were the last in the queue to be processed seems, and one would want to make them whole.
Sure. I mean, we can provide the information, to council when all of the applications have been processed. We can't make commitments if we don't have the funding available to pay out those applications. We're very aware sort of in terms of the budget challenges of this year, but we can certainly provide the information this year to council if there are applications that were eligible but did not get paid out. Right now, we don't anticipate that being the case.
Okay, and we'll see, but just keep us apprised. One of the things that comes up, and we're working on the bill around ERAP right now, is somebody is facing eviction and they have an ERAP application that might be able to make them whole and avoid eviction. Do you have a way of pulling out that application and expediting the processing of that application?
Yes, we do. So Housing Counseling Services, one of our providers, they are at all of the landlord-tenant courts, and they are able to pull an application in real time. So if a resident comes and they are to be seen by the judge, they can see in the system if there's an application that's either been approved, pending, and unclaimed. If there's still an application pending that's unclaimed, they have the ability to pull the information and process the application in real time. So however, so if an application is approved that day, the judge ultimately has discretion on whether or not they will stay on eviction based on a pending payout amount.
Okay. It's good to hear. Also, and also goes to, hate to see somebody fall off on the other side.
That's true.
One of the trends in the data that's striking, and I think it's maybe one of the reasons why we have this move towards legislating in this area, is that the trend of people who have received ERAP relief, applied for ERAP relief, or received ERAP relief in a very short period of time. So I think in terms of actually receiving email, ERAP, in 2022, only 2% of the applicants had received ERAP in the last 24 months. In 2024, that was 23% that had received it in the last 24 months. And in terms of, and when you get to 36 months and 48 months, those numbers are even higher. And I think that there's numbers about folks who have applied or received 1, 2, 3, 4 times in different periods. What's driving that? How do you explain that? And what should we do about this?
About the fact that residents apply for ERAP multiple times
Or-
or once a year?
Yeah, what's driving I mean, I guess, from your perspective, what's driving the fact that we might have somebody who not only applies, but gets ERAP 2 years ago, and then they get it now, and it's an emergency tool. So is that, it looks like those kinds of numbers are increasing, and what's driving the fact that those numbers are increasing?
I think it's the affordable housing crisis, council member, that we know that some residents are severely rent burdened. And when they experience an emergency, that ultimately rent is what gets affected. That's just my guess. ERAP is not meant to necessarily solve the affordable housing issue. It's really meant to support families who are at the very lowest level of poverty, get some rental assistance when they are experiencing an emergency in their household.
So are you looking at tools? I mean, ERAP is going to be limited. The number of people who are applying and apply year to year is increasing. It doesn't feel like ERAP is the long-term solution for that crisis. Are you looking at other things that we could be doing in this space outside of the ERAP world that would support individuals and families that are so severely rent burdened?
So I can answer that the homeless services system is really almost like an emergency response, right? We really work to reinforce our diversion and prevention program. So we do have a robust homeless prevention program for families. We do have also a really growing robust Project Reconnect, which is also diversion for individuals. But the homeless services system is not necessarily a tool to solve the fact that there is a need for potentially more affordable housing in the district.
I mean, you're doing things like DC Flex and Career Map. How are those programs going?
So, I'll speak to one at a time. So DC Flex preliminary results, from the lab indicate that it's highly effective to keep residents from seeking services again from the homeless services system. So that is an intervention that we're looking to scale up within DHS. Career Map, I think we are in the early stages of this pilot program. We continue to support families to identify vocational or employment, fields that support them. I mean, in the first year, it was really around stabilizing a lot of the families who were exiting FRSP. And then we look forward to the end of the 5-year pilot to really share lessons learned.
But what are the numbers that are being served by DC Flex and Career Map?
So DC Flex, we have about 353 approximately slots for families currently. We just implemented DC Flex for singles, so it's a really small program. We're looking to enroll about 25 families. Career Map, we have a little bit fewer than 600 families. I think about 550 or so, around that number, families enrolled in Career Map at this time.
And in terms of the numbers on ERAP, the numbers of new participants in ERAP in FY25 are going to be around 1,200, 1,300.
So when you mean new participants who have not, this is their first time applying?
No, in terms of they applied in FY25 and they got support in FY25.
So, yeah, yes. So I think your question is how many individuals or families that we expect to support in FY25 for ERAP? After we've done processing all the applications, probably would be about 1,000, yes.
And in DC Flex and Career Map together are around 1,000?
So Career Map is actually 511 families. I'm corrected, that's the exact number. DC Flex, we have about 300 slots. Yes.
So it's 800. So
yes, I'm sorry, I thought you said ERAP, but yes,
yeah.
Yes.
So because the scale of the programs actually in the end are not that different. The two things together, it's not that different. Okay. So a different thing that we hear about in this space is concerns about fraud in applications for ERAP. And how many confirmed instances of fraud did DHS document in FY24, and how many has it documented in FY25?
I can get that information to you, council member. We send any suspected fraud to OPRMI, but I don't want to, that does not necessarily mean that it's an actual fraud case. I would just want to make sure that I get the information and we can follow up to give you that information.
But is the scale of that dozens, or is the scale of it even where you've made referrals? Is it dozens? Is it hundreds?
But probably just dozens.
Okay. And then there was in FY24, there was an indication that 731 applications were denied because the landlords failed to provide payment processing information. So is that, you talked about 2,700 that you took in, and so this is for FY25, not for FY24, and then half of them will end up succeeding and being paid. How many of the, let's just call it 1,300 that won't be approved will fail would you expect would fail because the landlord didn't provide the necessary information?
I would have to, I can get that because we do track the reasons for applications not being submitted. It's usually not necessarily a high number that's because the landlords don't participate, but I can definitely get that information for you. Right now, I think we're about 7, so we're approving a little bit less than 50%. I think our approval rate is about 47%. And so far 569 have been denied, but the reason for denial, we do track it. I just don't have it necessarily, that number with me. Let me see, actually I do. So fiscal year 25 to date, only 2.
What about the category of multiple or other. How many of those do you have there?
Multiple other,
There are a number of cases where applications were denied for multiple or other reasons, went from 20 in the first half of FY '24 to around 1,700 in the last 3 quarters. But there's a basket, and we heard testimony about this. There's a basket of that the landlord didn't provide the information, and then there's a basket of
yes.
not inadequate.
137.
137.
Yeah.
So and that could be either the tenant or the landlord failed to provide the information.
That's correct.
So 539, let's say it's split evenly, 539,
I said 137.
137, but 539 denials so far,
569, yes.
569, and then say 70 of those might be attributed to the landlord, or a different way of saying it is
You take half
there's
of them.
2 that are absolutely and 137 that are not. So somewhere between 2 and 137 of that 539 would be could be landlord non-cooperation.
Could be.
Okay. A couple of people testified about Massachusetts and about how in Massachusetts they draw on different kinds of data from different sources in order to fill in gaps in applications. Have you looked at whatever is being done in Massachusetts in terms of these kinds of processing technologies? And are we exploring doing anything like what they're doing in Massachusetts?
Are you still referring to ERAP?
Yes.
No, I'm not aware that we're looking at Massachusetts. I mean, we've worked, internally with Octo. We've also worked with other consulting agency. I think the CIA, what does it stand for? Innovation Agency, but yeah, thank you. But to improve our processes, but I'm not aware that we're looking at what Massachusetts is doing.
Okay, and then you described in '24, we had quarterly openings of the ERAP portal. In '25, we had 1 opening of the ERAP panel portal. What's the plan for '26?
So it depends, honestly, we don't know how much is going to be appropriated in fiscal year '26 for ERAP. I don't believe that we'll go back to quarterly opening. Right now, it will probably go to just once opening until ultimately the funds are exhausted.
I'm sorry, say it again. You're looking at once or?
More than likely, it's probably going to be how it was administered this fiscal year as just opening the portal one time.
Okay. Again, thinking about this in the context of legislations that's coming down the pike about the operation of ERAP. And so what is your anticipation of how it will be functioning as a practical matter has an impact on what makes sense in that legislation?
Yes.
I was going to turn to PSH and other vouchers and timeline issues. I do think that some of these timeline issues have been covered by others already, so I think I'm probably not going to dwell on those here. I do think that there is a place for bringing the stakeholders together to try to figure out what are the pinch points and how can we make it go more smoothly. Because, and when I looked at, let me go to it in your, you have a number of people, you have a couple of different teams that part of their work is coordinating with DCHA. I think it's a specialist team and can you talk to me? It looked like almost 11 FTEs that their job, I mean, it wasn't just with DCHA, but DCHA was one of them. Talk to me about how your staffing operates to interface with DCHA.
So we have about 7 staff in the housing support program. So they work closely, so they're basically the liaison with the provider to review applications, and then they submit the applications to the housing authority. The reason that we implemented we wanted an internal review is because for quality assurance ultimately, to make sure that the applications, when they get to the housing authority, they are as completed as possible. And we have 2 vacancies in that unit, so at capacity, it'll be, we'll have 9 FTEs there.
And how does it work structurally? Is there a complementary team at DCHA that they're working with?
Yes, so the DCHA team is responsible to process eligibility.
Right, but are the 7 people, I think there's also 2 people in a special office? I'll look for it.
Okay.
But in any case, so you have a team that their job is kind of interagency coordination.
Yes.
Does DCHA have a team that part of their job is, or is it everybody at DCHA, or do they have a special team that's devoted to interagency cooperation?
So I can't speak to that. I do know that they have a team who work without the local voucher. So I think if that's your question in terms of, because I can't speak to their federal works, but they do have a team that work with our local liaisons. Yes, so the managers of these 2 teams are in regular contact.
Okay, so in the team that I was talking about, I see the housing support program 9 FTEs, and then there's a special team 2 FTEs. And the program support specialist serves as the HSP liaison and managing the PSHP local recertification biannually with PSH providers. So, and in addition, she acts as a collaborative partner with DCHA and HSP team to triage and quickly mitigate concerns in the housing navigation phase.
So we do have, in addition to that, another PSH sort of monitoring unit. So they are the interface mostly with the provider who provide the direct services. They help also with housing navigation, making sure that they help the providers connect to services, they escalate cases, they will do internal review process. So they are the internal team that support and help and monitor the work that's being done with the provider. So that's a different team than our housing support program team. So they provide technical assistance. They work in very close collaboration with our providers.
And do you get internal reports about, we have these many applications that are sitting with DCHA and have been sitting there for a period of time?
Yes.
And then what do? Do you reach out to the director there? Do you have somebody on your staff how does this get elevated so we keep it moving along?
So I mentioned earlier that in my new capacity, I reached out to the Housing Authority. I had my first meeting with Director Pettigrew, and I think it's his chief of staff, Nicole. I'm not sure, but somebody from his executive team. We have committed of having at least monthly meetings, but there are different levels of collaborations that happens. My deputy administrator for permanent housing, she I just don't know the titles over there, but she has regular biweekly meetings that I attend as well with Anton, which I think is one of the deputies at the Housing Authority, Anton Shah, and other members. So there are definitely multiple touch points. Director Pettigrew and I just discussed that it's important that him and I have also regular meetings so that the things that are agreed on the different levels of coordination also gets escalated to him, and I'm happy to do that. I definitely have very close collaboration with members of my team. I get reports on a regular basis. We've also just implemented our storyboard online so that to provide some transparency to the community as well, so that they can see how many applications we have in multiple stages. Previously, historically, the Housing Authority used to put their data into a system, which allowed for a little bit more transparency. I think you've heard some public witnesses testify to that. They are using a different system, but they also committed to giving us the data so that we can update, so we can integrate that data into a storyboard.
Okay, so you don't want to have it be the job of the directors of the two agencies to do coordination, but on the other hand, until we get to coordination that is really working, then it probably is important for that to be happening. And and when I talk with Dr. Pettigrew about this, he says, no, it's not that these things are stuck with us. It's that an application was incomplete and we sent it back and we're waiting for, and tracking that, having the leadership know exactly what's happening with those kinds of things, the act of observing can change the phenomenon observed. And so want to encourage that as much as I can.
Absolutely. I look forward to working with Director Pettigrew to better coordination.
All right. Turning to case management, I think so 22.3 million in case management contracts. Does that sound right?
Depends on the program. We have several programs, but is that for FRSP? Is that referring to FRSP?
I believe so. Let's see. So under the human care agreements, how
Oh,
often is the
PSH.
district paying for participants to meet with case managers?
So this is for our permanent supportive housing program. So it depends on where the resident is at what stages of the housing process. So for our unhoused residents, so for PSH, so for the majority of individuals who are matched to our PSH voucher, they're more than likely, unhoused. So whether they're residing in shelter or experiencing unsheltered homelessness. So during what we call the housing navigation process, they're expected to have 4 contacts with the providers. So 2 in person and 2 in another method. While after the individual is housed, the expectation decreases to twice a month contact. But that's a minimum. That's not a maximum.
And you have a table that shows the case managers for each provider, and it shows the ratio of clients to case managers. I think it's page 122 of the public oversight. Those numbers vary a lot. What explains some are as low as 3 and some are as high as 1 is 46?
What's that number?
This is case managers. Oh, I'm sorry, I have that. Here, 1 second. I thought it was the number of clients served by each case manager, but what's the number of clients served by each case?
Sure. So the ratio for individuals is 1 to 25, and the ratio for families, and that's in the PSH program again. But I think that's also the same for FRSP. It's 1 to 17 for each families, and that's about the national standard. 1 for 25 for singles, for individuals, 1 case manager to any 25 clients, and 1 case manager to 17 families. That's the average caseload.
And how do you track to make sure that that's the ratio that each of the providers that they're living within those ratios?
Because we track how many referrals they have and then how many case managers they have on staff, and they report on that number.
And there's a description in the oversight answers to how you're tracking performance of the case managers. One of the things that I hear often is not every case manager is made equal, and that there are good ones and there are not so good ones. And what do you do to make sure you know who's doing what and who's performing?
Sure. So I think two things. We do rely on the expertise of our providers. They are supposed, we have standards in terms of supervisor ratio, making sure that there's a clinical person on staff. They are the expertise. But however, the way we audit our providers, we do kind of quarterly audit. We review the cases. We also provide some technical assistance to understand if a client is not moving into housing, and to really understand why that's happening and to identify barriers. We help connect them to other services, oftentimes, behavioral health services, but we work in very close contact with our providers. Like you said, some case managers are better than others. We also do provide quarterly training to all of our providers to just make sure that they understand the expectations, to again refresh on their clinical skills and so forth. But a lot of it just comes to regular supervision, and that is an expectation of our providers as well. We have compliance meetings with our providers on a regular basis to make sure that they comply.
And one of the things that I hear about is there may be a person and don't know the source of payment for these people, but there may be people who are engaging in antisocial behavior and police are called frequently. And do you track at all what's happening in terms of police calls and things like that for any of your beneficiaries, and then correlate that to who are the case managers as part of the evaluation of the case, the provider or the individual case manager?
No, we don't track police calls. No, that's not necessarily something that we do. We do know that there's some residents who require the level of services they need probably exceeds what is available through a PSH program. And for those particular cases, we make referrals to the Department of Behavioral Health to make sure to help them connected to a higher level of care. Sometimes they're connected to an ACT team, sometimes they're connected to other resources. So we work in collaboration to make sure that we make those referrals. And we have internal case conference meetings, but we don't track necessarily the number of police calls.
Well, I mean, how do you learn about the folks who you're serving, who you determine they need greater support than what they're getting? Where do you get that information?
So I think I mentioned that we have PSH monitoring teams, and they have, I think it's monthly actually, meetings with their providers, and those high level cases is brought to their attention. I also, so we actually receive a unit for high level cases because a concern may reach to my level, so I really work very close to the teams, and then we track exactly to make sure that we understand what the services that are being offered. So we work in collaboration really with our providers. They have the weekly contact with our residents. That's what they're contracted to do, to provide the direct services. But we've also have the internal, a very robust, not just PSH monitoring team, but also contract teams to really support the providers and really help remove barriers to what could be barriers to civilization for individuals.
Yeah, so I guess the thing that concerns me about that is, I mean, there is a whole description of how you monitor providers, and you may have providers who you develop an action plan for improvement, and you might stop doing referrals to them. I guess one question is, how often have you had to do action plans for improvement for providers?
I mean, that's a question. That's a good question. I can get back to you on that. One of the things that we're looking to implement this year also is a provider's performance scorecard, so that we really know. We know we can really measure and share the information with across providers and have some transparencies on that. We do have informal corrective actions. I do think, don't quote me on that, I think we may have, I think it's maybe two providers that we had to do kind of performance action plan, but we do put providers on a performance improvement plan. We do have informal conversations with them, and we've had to terminate providers in the past. I don't think we've terminated any providers in the past fiscal year, but I do know that we have terminated providers for lack of performance.
So I mean, I don't have to tell you, but mean, I think that there are a number of beneficiaries of permanent supportive housing vouchers in Ward 3 and in certain parts of Ward 3. And for the vast majority of them, it's great and it works well. For some of them, it doesn't. And where it doesn't, it creates a challenge for the program more broadly and a pushback against the program more broadly. So figuring out how it is that when there's a person who needs greater support, steps can be taken to deliver greater support or to find a more appropriate setting for them, I think is important to broad support for the program generally. And I don't know, do you see that as a challenge or do you?
I don't necessarily see it as a challenge in that way, council member. We do know that, like mentioned, for the vast majority of residents in a voucher program, that is working for them very well. We also do know that the populations we serve in PSH is a vulnerable population, and sometimes they experience a mental health crisis and require more intervention, and sometimes they are very stable. The fact that they may experience a mental health crisis at some point that may unfortunately disrupt a building does not necessarily mean that they are not receiving the services that they need, or that this is not just appropriate setting for them. What's important to us is that we do get the information in real time, and we do rely on our providers to make the referrals for a higher level of care that they may need. But oftentimes when this information get to us, I review the cases and I review the notes, and it could be that the resident is actually receiving a higher level of care, but then their mental illness may mean that they could be loud and disruptive. That is unfortunate, but that does not necessarily rise to the level that this is inappropriate setting for this person. What we work is to continue to provide very assertive engagement in case management and other services to make sure that the residence is stable. We also work with the community to be very responsive to the needs of the communities.
So how is it that you do that? What do you see? Is there a point person at DHS community members who are concerned about the behavior of a resident, and they may or may not know whether or not that person, what the source of income is, but you do. Is there a way for them to reach out to you? Would it be appropriate for them to reach out to you?
So not everyone who is, I think it's two things. Not everybody who may be experiencing a behavioral health crisis is either attached to DHS or necessarily even receiving has a housing voucher. We don't necessarily have one point person at DHS. When a resident moves into housing, oftentimes the case manager becomes sort of the point person for the landlord and so forth. The way we engage the community is that we do go to ENC meetings as often as we're invited to really give an idea of what's going on in this, how our program works. If I attend a community meeting, I'm happy to share my personal email. I know that our Chief of Staff, David Ross, attends a lot of our community meetings as well, and he's also oftentimes a point of contact. Council member, I hear from you if you hear from your constituents, and we're happy to kind of keep the loop. But I think it's part of what we do when we come to ANC meetings is really sometimes just general education on the program, and just really explain that we shouldn't necessarily attribute all of the behavior or criminal activities that happen in a building to residents who may be exiting homelessness.
No, and we have to be very careful about assuming anything about anybody. But on the other hand, there are folks with very high level needs who are benefiting from these programs and should benefit from these programs. And so there are situations where it is somebody who should be receiving services, And we as a city should be providing those services. And we as a city, having facilitated their being in a situation next door to someone else, should have some sense of responsibility of how do we make this work? And it's not all the cases. It's a small number of the cases. I had a young woman, and I don't know if the person who lived next door was benefiting from a permanent supportive housing voucher or not. But a young woman who lived with us for a number of years is going to move out of her apartment because the people next door scream at each other all night. And she's a young African-American woman. She's very happy in her place, other than the fact that she can't sleep at night because the people next door are screaming all night. If it turned out that that was a person who was benefiting from a permanent supportive housing voucher, is there something you would want to be able to do, or is it just the cost of doing business?
So Councilmember, behavioral health issues are not necessarily only attributed to people exiting homelessness.
No, I understand that, but my question was, if you were alerted to it and you found out, it may well be, I get it, it may well be that it is not. But if it was, would you feel like there was something you wanted to do?
Sure. So we follow up on every cases that come to our desk. We'll review the information to make sure that this is one of our clients. Our first step is to make sure that we review all of the services that this person receives. But because of confidentiality, we can't necessarily close the loop with a referral, whether it's somebody, a landlord, or somebody working in a rental office and so forth. But that does not necessarily mean that we don't follow up. That doesn't necessarily mean that we don't offer services. Our job is to really make sure that our residents also, we have primarily responsibilities to the residents that we serve, but also to the community, is that everybody feels safe. We recognize that we work with our clients, the importance of working with our clients so that they can be, good partners and good neighbors. But we also want to make sure that our residents are receiving the services that they need, to help with their behavioral health crisis and so forth. So if I were to get the information and know that it's one of our clients, my first step would make sure that this person is connected to all of the services that they're eligible for. We can't necessarily reinforce compliance in services as it relates to behavioral health. So the absence of compliance does not necessarily mean that this person is not connected and that it's a failure of a case management. But our job is just to continue to assertively offer the services that somebody is eligible for.
Yeah, and the conundrum that I face, and to what extent are you coordinating with DBH on this at that point? If the question is, you identify somebody who you believe need services and you don't know whether or not they are getting them, or to what extent do you work with DBH to try to make sure that it's happening?
All the time.
And then you have a setting, I think the data shows 400 beneficiaries who refuse case management services and any additional services. They just say no. And you know who those people are. And if they turn out, if somebody in that basket has behavioral issues that are adversely affecting somebody else, is there anything you try to do? What can you do?
So the residents who do not receive services, who we allow to opt out of services, are really residents usually who are shown that they are stable, that they are paying their rent on time, that they could really benefit. It's actually to their best interest to step down. These residents, they know that they can kind of continue to come back to DHS or providers to receive services at any point. We do have a small group of folks who say no to our services. just because residents say no does not mean that we stop services. We continue to be very assertive. We'll make referrals to the Department of Behavioral Health and so forth, and we continue to provide the services. But it is true that it's not necessarily a requirement to participate in services that you keep your voucher, but that does not mean that we don't continue to assertively offer the services.
Okay,
And just to add, even for the residents who choose to opt out of services, we still provide quarterly wellness checks to those residents as well.
okay. We've also heard from public witness testimony that billing Medicaid for PSH services has been challenging and that some are still waiting on payments from FY24 and FY23. Why is it taking so long for those kinds of payments to happen?
So I think what happens is that, I think 2 years ago, we implemented the housing support services so that the PSH services are now billed, Medicaid. So it is a different system. Sometimes there could be a resident who is either inappropriately billed for Medicaid or billed locally or double billed. And we do spend time doing some reconciliation process. And while it is unfortunate, and we've heard the testimony from the staff from Pathways that they are waiting for payments for the last fiscal year. We continue to just work with them to under a reconciliation process. We want to make sure that if they've been double paid, there's a credit on their account and so forth, that process can take a long time, but we want to make sure that we are, good stewards of the funds, and then sometimes it may take, unfortunately, some time.
Okay, so I want to be fair to you, and in candor, like I probably have 6 more hours of questions, but I'm not going to do that. I do think I'm going to want to do at least an hour and a half more of questions.
Sure.
I'm happy if you prefer to take a half-hour break. You can have a bite, rest for a second, or press on, whichever you prefer.
No, I'm happy to press on.
Okay.
Sure, check with Brian.
All right. We talked a little about DC Flex and Career Map already. I am curious, I guess it's, what kind of measures have you done of the efficacy of those programs, or is it too soon to have done any meaningful measurement? But they're intriguing in that they're different, and we all are looking for new tools. But from your perspective, are they showing promise? What would you point to demonstrate that they're showing promise?
Sure. So we're waiting for the final report from the lab on DCFlex, but preliminary results really reflect that it's been a really effective tool to really prevent individuals or families from returning from the homeless services system. But we hope to get that final result from the lab by the end of this year. And for Career Map, I do think it's too early to share data. It's a 5-year program. I think we're in the second year of the Career Map program. Again, the first year, a lot of the residents wanted to relocate and get rehoused and so forth. So it is too early to share the results of the Career Map pilot.
Okay. DC Lab turns up a fair amount as a thought partner for you and an evaluator, I guess, for you. Harkening back to the conversation about the grants process, could DC Lab be helpful in that space? I offered as a thought. So rapid rehousing, there's been a fair amount of conversation about rapid rehousing and the transition out of rapid rehousing. I think it's, in the end, was it 2,300 folks? How many people got notices of termination after a year of their rapid rehousing benefits?
So we started well, it depends on the time frame that you're speaking of, but for fiscal year 24, we started exiting families, and we did exit close to 2,000 families in fiscal year 24.
Right, and then I think there's 1,300 vouchers from the DCHA, 900 of them, it sounds like, this number's moving at each hearing that I'm at,
Yep.
but 900, so still 400. But then there's 700 others. What's happened to those other 700?
So Councilmember, FRSP is a time-limited program. It's 12 months. FRSP is not a voucher. FRSP is used to end an episode of homelessness. So after the 12 months, before the 12 months, the work being done there is really to help families connect to mainstream housing intervention resources. So whether it's, rent stability, rent control units, housing affordability units, help with relocation, but also sometimes families are able to afford the rent on their own at the end of the 12 months.
But have they? I mean, how many have moved on and are living independently? How many are we paying for, not with FRSP dollars, but with some other dollars? And what's happening in that space?
Well, about 75% of the families we've exited have appealed the exit process. So we are still paying for their rent for the majority of families that we have exited from the program.
And where does that money come from?
It comes from its local budget ultimately.
So, and 75%, so if it was 2,000, that's 1,500, and there's 1,300 vouchers, so then there's going to be, but until we complete this process, we're paying not out of the FRSP bucket, but out of a different bucket.
Out of the FRSP bucket.
But was there, because there's still money in that bucket, even though we exited people because we built in money knowing that there would be this
No,
period?
no. So I guess, so our current FRSP allocation is not enough ultimately to support the families that we have in the program, plus their from the exits. So but we have an obligation because families have a due process to pay their rent while they are in their appeal process. So we're ultimately working with OBPM this year to identify funds to supplement our current FRSP allocation.
So I guess, yes, the funds ultimately get paid out of the FRSP, but funds have to be pulled from someplace, put into FRSP, and so what I'm wondering is where are they coming from?
Right. I mean, in previous years, we've used TANF carryover funds because that's a allowable use of the funds. But we're working with the budget office this year to identify additional fund to close our budget pressures for this program.
And is the expectation that we will see dollars in the FY26 budget to be addressing these issues as well?
The enhancement for the fiscal year 26, budget is to cover ultimately the cost of the program, the full cost of the program.
Of the wind down of the program? Of the wind down for these residents?
Yes, that's correct.
I see. While folks are, in terms of the, I haven't heard anybody say, oh, this is a great program, this really works. And that's not good. But one of the things is measuring change in income that families experience while they're on the program. And when you look at the data, I believe, we're spending a fair amount on services to folks in this space, but I don't think, are we seeing any meaningful increase in their income over the course of that year?
So just to remind you, Councilmember, that the intervention of the rapid rehousing program is to end an episode of homelessness. While many of the families who are in FRSB are eligible for TANF, we do work to try to connect them to a TAP provider to really help increase their income or find a vocational program. While we do measure the income of the families in rapid rehousing, the purpose of the program is really to end an episode of homelessness. But there is room for growth, and we're always looking at opportunities to really improve the outcomes of the program. We've heard from our residents as well that this is not necessarily working for them if they're not able to afford the rent at the end. So we're looking at some reforms of the program. And I'm happy to share them with you at a later time when it's fully baked. I definitely wouldn't want to get ahead of the mayor.
Yeah, let's do work together on that, because I mean, one measure is changes in income, which I'm not seeing. Another measure is returns to shelter. But I think the metric, and help me understand it, but the metric is hasn't returned to shelter in the last 12 months, but that's the 12 months that they were in rapid rehousing. So none of that, you're going to get a good score on that. Are you looking at returns? Are you tracking people who were beneficiaries of rapid rehousing and then looking 1 year out, 2 years out, whether there's been a return to shelter?
There's a need to really update how we do the follow-up for families exiting rapid rehousing, returning from shelter. The data that you had was really a pre-pandemic data that about 12%, only 12% of the families exiting rapid rehousing were showing back up in the homeless services system. But we do know that since the pandemic, the program has kept families much longer than what it was intended ultimately. We stopped, just as a reminder, we stopped exiting families from rapid rehousing during the pandemic for obvious reasons. And then when we resumed exits again in fiscal year 22, we only exited families who could be matched to another resource. So whether it was a permanent supportive housing voucher or TAH or career map or DC Flex. So fiscal year 24 was really the first time we started exiting families who did not have a exit path outside of the homeless services system. Like I mentioned, we started resuming exiting families back in June with the first 2,000 families. 1,300 of them will be eligible for a housing voucher. A lot of these families are still in the appeal process. So we have not yet seen the families returning into shelter because for the majority of families, honestly, we're still paying their rent. So this is the data that we will probably start, we'll have a better understanding of what's happening with these families in fiscal year 26, ultimately, because that's probably going to be the first time that we're getting clean data from before the pandemic.
And how many folks are entering into the rapid rehousing program? How many folks have entered into the rapid rehousing program in FY25 to date?
I can tell you that we are entering about 90 to 95 families each month into the rapid rehousing program. And sometimes more.
90 to...
Yeah, I think on average it's 95. It's gone as high as 100 families per month.
So then I guess the expectation would be over the course of a year, that would be about 1,200, 1,000, 1,200. And so you exiting, and how many are in the program in total now?
I want to say about 3,600 and something.
And is it that in past years, we entered more at a higher clip, or it's that folks entered and stayed so that we built up to where we have 3,000?
So the reason we have 3,000 families is because we did not exit any families during the pandemic. So we had a period of almost 2 years when we had no exit, but entries continued. So as opposed to being a dynamic system, when you have entries and exits, we didn't have any exits and we continue to just have entries.
So, and I guess my question is it that we've been adding families at 1,000 a year and not exiting families, and that's why it built up. Instead of having, one could, if the system were working the way people crossed their fingers and hoped it would work, you would have families that entered for a year and left in a year, and then another that entered and left in a year. And so you would have a steady state of 1,000 families cycling through the program and being moved on to something that was more permanent and stable for them. Here, is it that we were adding 1,000 a year and then no exits for 3 years, so that got us to 4,000, and now you're doing these exits?
So we've exited. What's different about this year is that we started exiting families without necessarily being referred to another housing intervention. So it's not that we did not exit families in previous years, it's that we only exited families who were able to get to another housing voucher. I think about probably in 15 to 2,000 families in previous years since the pandemic. But it is true that the majority of families who have not been matched to another housing resource are probably still in the program. Very few did not appeal their exits. So 75% of the families that we've attempted to exit are still technically in the program, and that number is included in the 3,600 that I've mentioned.
Okay. Let's touch on a couple of things in agency management. It looks like the highest proportion rate of vacancies is in the risk management area, with several compliance specialists and investigator roles vacant. We hear about delays and errors in processing of different kinds of applications, and yet it seems like these would be the kinds of folks who would be out there monitoring that. In light of is that the case? Are these the folks who should be out there monitoring the performance of the
No.
different programs?
No, I think you mentioned you're speaking to the vacancy in our OPRMIs. I mean, they do shelter monitor, so they do shelter monitoring and so forth, but they're not the folks who are monitoring the PSH, programs. So I think you're talking about our risk management office.
And the focus here is on shelter management, or
So the risk-
the management of the different, not just PSH, but all of the programs, ERAP, SNAP.
Yeah, so they're basically our investigative unit, but they are not necessarily our monitoring unit. So there is a small unit that is shelter monitoring unit, but not necessarily for PSH. But when there's a suspect of fraud or anything like that, they work also with the ESA to improve the SNAP, fraud and so forth. So they're not the same folks who monitor the housing voucher, the voucher system. They're very separate from those units.
So there's a fair number of vacancies throughout the agency, and why is there what appears to me to be a high level of vacancies, in some cases maybe on the order of 20%?
So it's for multiple reasons. One of the things that we realized this year that was delaying our recruiting is that a lot of our position descriptions were expired and needed to be renewed. We're working with DCHR on those. We've had some vacancies internally, even in our recruitment department. We are working to try to get those positions in-house as quickly as possible.
And one place where there's a lot of vacancies is in the youth services system and among case managers and social workers, and these are term positions. Could you explain the roles and why they're only budgeted for a term?
So my understanding of those term positions is that we receive, when some positions were brought on under our additional ARPA funding, and they were brought on as term. And now we're working very hard to try to bring them and convert them to FTEs. The truancy program was also a very new program for us, and we needed to bring on a lot of positions to launch the program, and we continue to have vacancies in that program. I think we may have 7 vacancies in that program. It hasn't stopped us necessarily from launching the program, but that's where I think the majority of vacancies in the Youth Services Division comes from, is from onboarding enough case managers for our truancy program. One of the reasons we had delayed opening the last school, the phase 3 schools, is to make sure that we had enough, we had the positions needed. That required a reprogramming, and we thank council for the reprogramming of the positions, but we are hoping that we are able to fill those vacancies as soon as possible.
And the jobs are posted?
I believe so. I believe so.
And it looks like there's 6 vacancies in rapid rehousing for families out of 6 FTEs all term. Where in this context is the staffing for the family rehousing program within the agency, and why are there 6 term vacancy positions?
So I honestly don't think I realized that there was so many positions in rapid rehousing. So it may be because they're in the process of being filled, or they may have been filled. I think, again, my understanding for the term positions is how they were brought in, and we're working very actively to bring them on. But I do want to also mention that last fiscal year, DHS has experienced several rounds of hiring freezes, which had delayed ultimately our recruiting. In fiscal year 24, Octo imposed a hiring freeze, and we had approximately 49 positions that were eliminated for fiscal year 25. So the agency could not hire any additional positions. But we're working very closely right now with Octo to just assess our funding levels to bring in the rest of our vacancies. Currently, we currently have no frozen positions.
Yeah, so.
I'm sorry. I've said Octo many times. I meant OCFO.
OCFO, okay. I see you have 86 homeless services FTEs with case manager vacancies primarily affecting individuals. And we've heard a fair amount of testimony about that we made great progress with families, although unfortunately last year wasn't a great year for that, but with the opening of the different transitional housing shelter facilities, we made good progress. Why is there a discrepancy? Maybe speak to that generally. What is it that you're doing to try to put more weight? I mean, you never want to diminish the importance of families, but we need to lift up, it seems to me, and I hear from many, the importance of housing individuals as well. I see it in this vacancy thing, but maybe that's an opening for you to speak to it generally, because it is a thing that the data shows and that you hear about from lots of witnesses.
Thank you. I mean, I think Councilmember, when the mayor took office, she definitely focused on making vast improvement in the way the district serve families experiencing homelessness. That was one of the first priority of my predecessor, former director Zeilinger. It was born out of the need to close DC General after the tragedy that happened with Elisha Rudd. So that was the focus in the last 8 years, to really kind of focus on opening smaller shelters. So that's where we have an all 8 wards strategy to make sure that we have small short-term family housing in all 8 wards. That did not mean that we have not put some emphasis in the singles as well. Right now, we have a plan to touch all of our shelters in a single system. In 2021, we opened the 801 East. I think you've been out there, but it's a state-of-the-art shelter, really focused on singles. We've been able to really provide more interventions for singles, so that shelter has low barrier shelters, work beds, as well as a suite for the elderly and medically frail. We also have a clinic on site to really improve the way that we're serving singles in our system. We're also in the process of renovating all of our singles site. We've also implemented 2 bridge housing programs in the last fiscal year. Valley Place is one of them, and I can't remember the name of the other one. As you know, we've also implemented the Aston, our new non-congregate shelter, to really help to better serve singles who are not being well served in the low barriers shelters. We are also planning on opening East Street later on this year, which will provide an additional 190 beds of non-congregate shelter in the single space. That's just in terms of reforming our shelter system. We've made significant improvement, and I mentioned a little bit in my opening testimony on reforming our front door for the single system with implementation of Project Reconnect. So that's our diversion program. So we really now have the tools to keep as many singles from coming into the homeless services system as possible through our homeless services hotline. We've also housed about, I believe we leased up something like 890 singles last year, and we continue to lease up singles. It's a different population, families and singles. As a policy, the district provides shelter for all families year-round. We don't want to see anybody on the streets, Councilmember, but we certainly do not want to see children on the street in Washington, D.C. And it's one of the things that I'm very proud that our community makes sure that we eliminated unsheltered homelessness for children in our district. So we have more work to do on both the family and the single side, but I would really push back on the notion that singles is not something that we're focused on, because we've spent a lot of time improving our singles response. Again, by having, I think by the end of this year, we'll have something like close to 400 beds in terms of bridge housing once East Street is open, and that is a very improved and dignified way that we're focusing on opening out of serving our singles that we didn't necessarily have 3 years ago in our system.
All right, thank you very much. The reference to, I was struck when I looked at the responses that the number of open spaces at the transitional housing, the family transitional housing locations all around the city, I think each of them maybe had 10 spots for 10 more families. Help me understand that.
What's your question?
Well, I mean, is it that there are not families out there that need access to that's the demand?
That is the demand, and it speaks to that dynamic of our system, that we're able to move families after 90 days from shelter. So we want to make sure that we have the capacity to meet the needs of any families who need a bed. So we do want us to have capacity to meet the demand ultimately.
And so the idea is we do know that there's no families out there that need a bed.
There is no family, council member, who needs a bed that we would not provide a bed for. Even if we were at capacity in our short-term family housing, we would find alternative ways to meet a family who's looking for a bed.
Okay, and then in terms of one of the facilities that people talk about is Green Court. And help me understand that. And I see a reference to it in your response. I don't think I see it in the capital plan. And it does strike me as odd that it's sort of in a courtyard right next to other buildings. Help me understand the thinking behind that project and where we are in terms of that project.
My understanding is that DHS just released a solicitation for design for Green Court. They are handling the process until they've identified a vendor for the design and so forth, and we would work in collaboration. It is purchased for the services, for the needs of DHS. So right now, the plan is for Green Court to become a shelter, but the timeline for that is a little bit unclear.
And how did you settle on that as a site? Was that DHS that selected that as a site?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was not part of the selection process. I'm not sure what was the decision making for this site. Does not mean that DHS was not. I cannot tell you because I wasn't part of that decision process. It will be a single shelter right now unless the plans change, but currently that's the plan for it.
I have to go visit the site, but on its face, it's hard to see how it makes sense as a site. And who knows, maybe, what will happen with different federal buildings, whether there doesn't become another alternative that, that might work if a number of federal buildings are transferred to the city. Let's talk about overtime a little. And I think Councilmember Henderson was asking about this. I think there's a lot of overtime. I mean,
There's a lot of overtime, and yes.
and a lot in the social services and vocational development specialists, but I mean, a fair number where it crests over $50,000 in overtime, which so help me understand what the dynamic is here around overtime and and whether you see that as a problem. I do, but whether you do, and what are you trying to do?
Sure, I'll start and I'll turn over to Brian. I mean, we use overtime to meet the needs of the residents of the district. We know that you've heard testimony from public witnesses and, some of your colleagues mentioned that their constituents speak to timeliness and inaccuracies and whatnot. So we use overtime to make sure that we meet our timeliness goals, to make sure that we get the benefits out to the residents as quickly as possible. I can, turn over to Brian so he can say a little bit more about what we're doing in terms to try to reduce some of that overtime.
Sure. Thanks, Director. So first, we have reduced the overtime dramatically. In December, we cut the overtime effectively in half. And so since December through here, the amount of overtime we've been doing is halved to was before. The reason behind that is, frankly, we've been able to catch up on some of what we identify as our outstanding tasks. We had, and also where you see our timeliness going. So as we look at those two metrics, both our timeliness rate getting to a place where we're more comfortable, although not there, as well as the tasks which we have in our queue to be worked, has come down to a level which is manageable. And as we've seen, so as those two metrics come into play, we've very intentionally reduced our overtime dramatically by literally, like I said, half.
And do you have a goal for how much you want to reduce your overtime?
And we don't have a goal. We knew we said, okay, if you ask this question, is there a goal to get to zero? And the goal is not to get to zero. The goal is, as the director said, we're looking at our timeliness, we're looking at our accuracy, and we're looking at customer service. And we have metrics that we look at in terms of where we think we continue to drop it. As we see our outstanding tasks continue to drop, then we'll continue to drop our usages over time. And the other thing you were asking about was our vacancies. The better job we can do to fill our vacancies and collapse the amount of time we have those vacancies being open, specifically with the SSRs, but also frankly with trainers and policy staff, that's also going to influence and impact in a positive way our overtime.
So in the SSRs, is the vacancies in the SSR space, does that explain why there's so much overtime in the social services representatives?
It's certainly a contributing factor. It's certainly a contributing factor. The other thing that explains it, frankly, is the fact that our caseload has risen 40% since COVID. And so it's a matter of there's work to get done. How do we get the work done?
Sometimes inside of a work culture, you have folks who like overtime because it's a good way to make more money and save for things that you need it for. And sometimes you have folks who feel like, please help me, I can't keep doing this no matter what you're paying me. Do you have a sense inside of the agency that people are happy to see overtime reduced, or are they not happy to see overtime reduced?
Well, we don't require overtime. So it's an option, and people opt into the option. And I think you're right, it cuts across. Some people do appreciate the opportunity, and some people find The other thing we have overtime in person on Saturdays. And one reason people like that a lot is because we have a lot of wraparound support for that overtime. We have the policy trainers in place. We have system trainers. And so it's an opportunity where folks can also grow their skills during that overtime because we all have it in one big, everybody's in one big room. And so it's an opportunity there for that as well to kind of grow skills.
So this goes to why 0 would not be a goal, that there can be benefits to certain forms of overtime. I have to say, when I think $50,000 in overtime, how many hours could that be? It's hard for me to imagine somebody who's working that many extra hours seeing their error rate go down. It just seems like when you're working when people work so much that there's diminishing returns and costs.
Certainly. And that's one of the big reasons we were glad to be able to bring it down to capping it where we've got it capped right now. But we also do.
Can I ask that you just pull the mic a little bit
Oh,
closer?
sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good.
When
A
we-
little
we-
closer still.
Even closer. So we certainly track at the individual level in terms of identifying folks who are working overtime and making sure that when I'm working overtime, am I keeping up with kind of my productivity, or are we seeing slides in productivity kind of diminishing returns? And so if we're seeing individuals working overtime but then diminishing returns, then we'll go back and do some coaching and take a look at that.
And what about vocational development specialists? Why would that be a space where you'd see a lot of overtime?
Yeah, so our vocational development specialists are within our DC WET program, and that's our TANF program. And we had a temporary spike in that. And the reason we had that is because over the summer we've changed our assessments in terms of how we do assessments on our TANF program. And had a lot more cases coming in, and simply it was a one-time need that we had there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we've got it more on the even keel now, and shouldn't be using nearly as much.
So in the budget of a $900 million agency, I don't want to focus too much on $10,000 in travel, but it interests me because I think there was $10,000 for travel to something done by the Center for Public Sector AI. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I do wonder, I asked you about Massachusetts. I think there've been reports about New York doing things using AI to try to streamline benefits. Curious what the benefit from this conference was and what you're thinking about the potential use of new technologies.
So yeah, I'll let Brian take that answer.
Yeah, a lot of those are going to come on the economic security side. And also we're looking at, we call it emergent technologies. There's no AI that we're using, which is kind of independent-based thinking, but rather emerging technologies. And those are going to come in a couple different spaces. It's going to come in robotic process automation. So going in, identifying where we have processes in as we determine eligibility, where it needs to hit another system, something that we can effectively automate and bleed that time back. And so we found a number of spaces there that we can use, RPIs for, or RPA. And also another place we're looking at is optical character recognition, OCR. And so when we have something that comes in that someone fills out an application or a mid-cert form, that we can scan that in and it reads it. So again, what we're looking for, these emerging technologies, are where we can take stuff which might have been otherwise just data entered, and where we'd find errors and automate that. I think the case where we did send a number of folks down, and it's something we certainly are investing in. As we look at some of the emerging technologies, our assessment is these upfront investments will pay pretty big dividends down the road, because once we make that initial investment, then it keeps on working, and it's going to save us time, case processing time.
And who are your thought partners on this? I mean, for me, if I wanted to think about, okay, what technologies would I use that could improve my efficiency? I don't know what the technologies are that are out there. Is this folks internal to DHS who are thinking about this? Are they doing it in partnership with Octo? Here might be one where Octo is the right
Yeah, all the-
thing. Or consultants on the outside?
Oh, we don't have outside consultants, but all the above. There's certainly within the human services sector. There's, and this is, I think, where our team went. Within the human services sector, there are folks who are doing this critical thinking, and so we're leveraging that. We're also working with our partners at DCAS and the work they're doing, certainly Octo. We do have an internal team, which is spread across our data team as well as our information systems team, just to help us have a grounding understanding of what's available, and so we can ask the right questions and make the intelligent investments. We can't do everything, but we can do, kind of iterate through things and try to make that right fiduciary responsible investment.
Okay. This is a thing I have no expertise whatsoever in, but I'm intrigued by it. And it's not, AI becomes this magic wand. I don't think that, but I think that it is important to trying to take advantage of the best technologies out there, particularly in a setting like yours where so much paper passes through. And what are the ways in which we can better manage that? Speaking about paper, Director Silla, I think I took away part of her message that there's all kinds of conflicting reports and requirements, and I want clear information, but I don't want to overwhelm you with reporting requirements. I'm curious, when you look at the landscape of things that you need to report on, whether you have ideas about things that could make it that you don't think have deliver benefits or that could be done in a simpler way so that we got what we needed, or if it's a public report, that the public got what it needed, but it would be less of a burden on you. I'm curious if you have thoughts on that.
So Councilmember, I think I can speak from different categories. I mean, since you mentioned Director Silla, I'll talk to from the perspective of the Family Services Administration, which is the continuum of care for homeless services within DHS. We actually have very, really good data. We have an internal dashboard, and we're happy to share on the information with you. It's internal. It's really for our kind of operating work. We really work with their community partnership to really also examine and report on the HMIS system. So we're happy to share any information with you that you may need, but we really pride ourselves on tracking and using a lot of the data internally. I can't speak to necessarily the data that Director Silla shared. Some of the numbers were not necessarily the same as ours, but I feel very confident with my numbers, and I can always, get the team to back out where they're getting information from. So if there's a certain set of data that you're asking for specifically, I'm happy to just work with the council to just provide this information without it necessarily having to be legislated, because we can share the information.
Okay, well, I mean, there's two things. There's a report on interim eligibility and a report on homelessness prevention that I think are due to the council and are
Okay.
overdue. Where do they stand?
I was not aware it was overdue, unfortunately, so I would make sure that we get that to you as soon as possible.
Okay. And then a different thing, and we talked about this at an introductory meeting. You had a dashboard, publicly facing dashboard, and the data, last time it was entered was FY23, or I forget, but was a great idea that never was updated. When can we expect that dashboard to be updated in a publicly facing way?
I'm very pleased to report that it's been published as of Wednesday, and it's publicly available. It's our storyboard. You're talking about how we track voucher system. So it is updated and it's live as of Wednesday of this week.
Okay. So should be checking it every day.
Yes.
Um,
I think it, but not every day, Councilmember. I think we update it once a month. By the end of
Once
the
a month is
Yes.
what you're thinking about? Yeah, I need to look at it because when I looked at it, when I used it before, I was confused by a couple of different things because some numbers in one place didn't line up with numbers in another place. But before I claim that as being the
Sure, and
correct
we, we're happy to also just schedule a quick, meeting to walk through the storyboard.
Okay. The in FSA, there's a bunch of providers who receive, I guess, 1.550 million, $1,550,000 as their grant, and yet they serve, it appears like, they serve very different numbers of beneficiaries. Do you know what I'm referring to? Maybe I'll call it up in my.
No, I'm not sure.
Give us just one second. Yeah, so it's question 66 for homelessness prevention, and then when you look at this, that many of them get 1,550,000. One gets 1 million. One gets 1.8 million. But the number of households served, when you look at the different providers, varies pretty significantly. And I wonder if there's an explanation for that.
No, I mean, I can tell you what the outcomes of the program in overall, but I am not familiar with necessarily the ratio. I mean, it's not uncommon that for the same, program, providers have, different grant amount based on the capacity of the providers. There are some providers who establish, they can usually handle a greater caseload, but I'm not necessarily aware of the discrepancies from a allocation to the numbers that they're expected to serve.
And I mean, would you expect that a program that focused on domestic violence might have higher costs than one that was more general?
Oh, yes. But Councilmember, I think at face value is difficult to say. Sometimes providers come and, with a match to their program. So I would have to look a little bit more around that. I mean, contracts and grants are negotiated, so that's why also sometimes a provider may not have the same rate than another provider, because it happens in negotiation for the grant. It happens through our grant making process, for contracts, it happens with OCP. So I can't necessarily speak to the specific of a negotiation.
All right, well, and you do analyses of these providers. How frequently do you do an analysis of the performance of your different providers?
So we are, and we don't necessarily have a formal review process that's consistently used across the board, but we have performance monitors. So we have program monitors and performance monitors from a grants management perspective or contract perspective, and we keep in contact and communication with our providers on a regular basis. We have terminated providers based on lack of performance, and that can take, many, that can look very differently. But we have an ongoing feedback loop with our providers.
Okay. You have a whole bunch of different contracts for meal providers, and
For meal providers.
yeah, meal providers. And it surprised me, I mean, there was one set of meals that looked like $5.76 came up a bunch of times, but then $11 turns up. So why does the rate differ? How How does that come to be?
Sure. So again, this is part, if they are contracted directly with us, this is part of the negotiating process with OCP. That's really my answer. That is part of the negotiating process with OCP in terms of the differentiating of the rate. If it's subcontracted through the community partnership, they do their own negotiation. So I can't really speak to how
You
things are
don't
necessarily.
negotiate those rates.
DHS does not necessarily negotiate themselves, no.
Okay. I mean, it can be that the difference between $5.76 and 11, and I have to look at it. It might be that 11 was a dinner and 5.76 was a breakfast, but I think that there were meals in the same category that differed pretty significantly. And maybe it's a thing where the price of food goes up, and so one is negotiated one year and then another is negotiated in a year where, you know, food inflation has to be built in and that they're both delivering in the same fiscal year. But I'm going to want to, we want great meals. So you don't want to cost cut too much. You just don't want to overpay. You don't want to underpay some and overpay others. The street outreach, the youth street outreach provider contract changed in the middle of the year. And it went from being one entity and then it goes to collaboration with the adult outreach program, which you would think would have synergies and lower costs, and yet the cost went up in order to collaborate with by $50,000. So what happened there? Why did it change midstream? Why, when you moved to a collaborative approach with another existing program, did the cost go up?
So we needed to resolicit the outreach grants. What we found, we had three providers for the adult system, the singles outreach, and we had one provider that served the youth. So the provider that served the youth system, they were limited to a geographical area. I think it was Friendship Place was the provider. They were limited geographically. And then the three outreach providers covered the whole city. As you can imagine, young people don't stay in one part of the district. They just travel all over. So to really have better outcome and better like integration and synergies, we needed to fold in the youth system within the adult system. So what we did, we make sure that we train all of our outreach providers to really identify young people and help steward them to services that are specific to them. Historically, what was happening is that the systems were separated, that the adult outreach program, they would come across young people and not necessarily make referrals to the youth system because they were very used to the single system. Young people are all over the district. They don't stay in just one geographical area to have better outcomes for ultimately the system. We felt that it was better to integrate. I think my understanding is that we'll roll the cost of the provider, what we're paying the youth provider into the overall cost of the singles providers. So that's why the cost may have increased.
So,
And I don't believe it happened in the middle of this, it happened this fiscal year. I don't believe it happened midstream, but it could be that the period of performance for the youth contract was not up. I'm sorry.
So, I mean, in the youth space, there was, it seemed like there were a lot of shakeups. There were a lot, when I looked at the grant amounts, no two numbers were the same, it seemed like, which surprised me because in other places you see it looks like more consistency. So something happened in the youth space where you do some kind of, I think what explains the number of shifts that happened in the youth space.
So we competed some grants in fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 25. We competed the extended transitional housing program as well as outreach because those grants were very outdated. So Providers are different. Some providers come with their own facilities. Some providers, they need to rent a facility. So the grant amounts will never be the same based on what the provider sort of kind of brings to the table. So again, it comes to negotiation. That may be why you see the variance between different providers or the number of young people that they're able to serve. But part of the changes that we compete the programs, the programs in fiscal 23 and 25.
Okay. So before we get away from the youth issue, Director Silla had, suggests there shouldn't be a separate plan for youth homelessness, that a plan for youth homelessness should be part of a broader plan. Curious your reaction to that observation.
We know that young people, for multiple reasons, require different interventions than our singles. We do know that they also, the young people also receive services in our adult system. We support a separate plan. I think the community has asked for a separate plan. We support a separate plan. That being said, Councilman, from our perspective, it doesn't necessarily keep us from making innovations in the youth space ourselves to really, especially as I mentioned, the changes that we've already made with the extended transitional housing program and embedding the youth outreach to a singles outreach, but we do support having a separate plan for young people.
Okay. So I guess it's around question 93, page 84 in your oversight answers.
I don't have that.
It looks like that 45% of families who entered a shelter in FY24 had exited the shelter within the past 6 months. Although what's odd about these numbers is if you add up the percentages on the right, they add up to 100. And so I'm wondering whether there's a crossed wire here in the way that the calculation was done. But either way, if 125 of the families who entered a shelter in FY24 had exited the shelter within the last 6 months, that seems like a high level of recurrence. And then we were just talking about the transitional housing locations and vacancies there. Are we having a lot of families who are in temporary family shelters or are these people in places like the Brooks and the transitional housing and then they've been there within the last 6 months?
So unfortunately, I don't have the pre-hearing questions with me, Councilmember, but I'm trying to track what you're referring to. So our length of stay in shelter for families is about 90 days. Almost 100% of the families who exit shelter exit with rapid rehousing. It does. Sometimes we are able to also divert from even rapid rehousing if a family is eligible for our homeless prevention program. So I'm not sure I am following.
Do you see the page that?
No, I don't have the pre-hearing questions in front of me, unfortunately. No. But I'm happy to pull them if this is something that you want to make sure that we review. Hold on one second. All right.
Sure.
What's the question? What's the question number?
Question 93 on page 84. Oh, question 93.
Okay, give me 1 second.
There's a table.
$93. All right.
I guess the question is, help me understand these numbers. What are they? Maybe I'm misinterpreting them.
So what I honestly think that this number is capturing, because I don't think we differentiate when a family goes back into shelter because they've lost their housing, or there's an emergency placement because of housing condition. So as you've heard in testimony, sometimes there are concerns with housing conditions or, safety and so forth. If a family is not able to resolve their housing condition while they're housing and the landlord is not moving on improving conditions, we do allow for emergency shelter stay while we work on either a relocation or a housing condition. I do believe that this is what this number represents. Or if there's a safety issue and a family is moved to either a permanent supportive housing program or a CAH, that they return to shelter. So that's why I think for fiscal year 25, we don't have that information yet. I can follow up with you, Councilmember, and understand exactly those numbers, but I do believe this is what the information is from, that we do allow, because I know this is something that the team's been working to make sure that we track these families and so that they exit with a permanent supportive housing.
Okay, let's do
Quickly.
follow up on
Sure.
that. But keep open the performance oversight answers, because
Oh, yeah.
on question 102, it looks like very few singles outside of Pat Handy are receiving case management, even if they are in respite beds. And is that right? To what extent are you trying to deliver case management services to folks in your single shelters?
So the 102, I have it. So what is your question exactly, Councilmember?
About case management, it looks like in Pat Handy, folks get case management, a significant number of folks, but in all of the other places, they do not. And so I'm curious, is it the goal to have case management for folks in these settings or not?
Yeah, the goal is that we really try to implement housing-focused case management, and the goal is to have case managers in all of our shelters. Our goal is to make sure that every resident in shelter has a housing plan, so they're very clear from the onset what are the services that they're eligible for, and what services that they're not. It is, but case management is not mandatory in low-barrier shelter. It is mandatory in our non-congregate shelters. That's why we have a different intervention, but case management is not required in a low-barrier shelter setting.
So it is your goal that it would be there, but it's not required. Is that fair?
It is not our goal that we would require case management and to have a shelter stay. No, Councilmember.
But is it your goal?
But that everybody would want to participate.
Yeah, is it your goal that you would provide case management, not necessarily your goal that you would require it? It's that you're not requiring it, but would you like to see it
Yeah.
as part of trying?
It is our goal that everyone who would like to participate in case management has that case management available to them. Yes, that is correct.
And so why is it that Pat Handy has the funds and are able to do it, and so they do it? Or is it a funding issue that folks are not getting case management in these other settings? Or is it the fact that the idea that they don't want it? What's the barrier there?
So Pat Handy is an excellent provider. And Street Village manages Pat Handy, and oftentimes providers do come with additional resources that they match to the resources that the district provides. We work with the community partnership to try to ensure that we have case management in all shelters. So Pat Handy, I can't say that Pat Handy is the only provider that has case management. They probably have a better system to providing case management because they're able to complement the funds that we provide. But but low barrier shelter by definition is low barrier shelter. So we wouldn't staff a shelter on a case management caseload ratio the same way that we would for a housing provider, for example.
Okay. I mean, part of what all of our goal is trying to help get people up on their feet. And so is this a moment where we have a touch with someone where we might be able to help them? I think that can be part of an ongoing conversation.
I can tell you something, the things that we've implemented to make sure that it does happen. What we have realized is that oftentimes the clients who are better matched to a housing resource are clients, honestly, who are sometimes unhoused because unsheltered rather, because our outreach teams do a really good job representing their cases in coordinated entry meetings, matching meetings. So we've implemented ensuring that there's a representative from each shelter in our coordinated entry meetings to make sure that we have an opportunity to also move with our long stayers in the system.
Okay, so let's work together on that. Both during and outside of hypothermia season, the median number of beds available at low barrier shelters for men looks like it's 0. Meaning more than half the nights of each year, there are no beds available to single men. Am I not understanding the data?
You mean outside of?
This is
Yeah.
question 104.
So I think your question is, yes, that is correct, that outside of hypothermia season last summer, we were almost at capacity for men's shelter for the entire season,
And so,
off season.
what's the plan to address that?
Unfortunately, council member, that the district is not really in a position to guarantee a bed to everyone who wants one outside of the hypothermia season. We do not like to turn away residents. We have a plan to bring on additional beds this summer with the opening of our non-congregate shelter. So we are hoping that by the time it opens, it will allocate more beds into our system. But that is correct that during the summer that we are sometimes at capacity for the single system.
It also looks like there's wait lists for respite beds. Is that right? Is there, and you anticipate increased demand in the coming years? Is there a game plan to increase capacity there? What are the options for?
For respite?
What's that, for respite?
So I don't believe there's a wait list for respite currently, but there is a plan to increase respite beds in our system. So part of the work that we're gonna do, we'll have in our East Street site is that we'll have, again, this is a site that will provide 190 non-congregate beds, and there will be some beds set aside specifically for respite.
Okay. One of the things that we heard at Virginia Williams, I think that we've heard from nonprofit attorneys that they used to be able to come in and support their clients at the previous location, and now they're not. And I think the explanation that is offered is that the building doesn't, well, is that the case? May attorneys accompany their clients when they come to Virginia Williams? If they cannot, why would that be the case?
So attorneys can accompany the clients. I don't think that is what has changed in our operating system. When Virginia Williams was on Rhode Island Avenue, the space was significantly bigger than it is now. Sometimes the Washington Legal Clinic, they would come and sit and offer their services to clients, almost kind of to solicit their clients. That's what we're not able to provide in this current space. But if a client wants to come with an attorney that's already assigned to them, I don't believe that we can say no to that. They can always accompany, but they can't not conduct.
They can't set up a desk.
Exactly. We had allowed that previously, but they cannot do it in this facility.
And why did you see a benefit? Why did you allow it before and why do you not allow it?
It was out of courtesy, council member. They used to just stand outside and then in the lobby, and then we give them a desk. I mean, that's the truth. Right now, we have a smaller footprint in Virginia Williams. We're just not able to do this.
Okay. Give me a moment to take stock of where to go next here. I'm going through my outline and some of the stuff that I have here, the truancy program, the PASS program, the STEP program, extended transitional housing program, all go to that kind of stew of programs for addressing young people, including in a truancy context. And I think I don't want to use up our time today. You've talked about a number of these programs already with other members of the council.
Thank you.
I do think it's a stew. And there's also CFSA, which is over on the other, out there, and the schools. And so I think that there's a place for a roundtable or something where we try to take stock of all of these different things, because it's good to let 1,000 flowers bloom, but it might not always be the most efficient way to do it. Might be the right thing, because each of these things are focused maybe on slightly different things, but some coordination, I think, I'm sure we could benefit from. So I think I'm going to skip over those things for now and come over to ESA. So your chart of the Division of Programming Operations staffing shows a total of 473 by location and 442 by job title. Any idea what, how that could be? It's question 146 if you have it.
Okay, I'll flip to that. But I can tell you, broadly speaking, we have 245 SSRs who are processing cases at our service centers, as well as the call center. We've got about another 30 SSRs who are processing cases in other special units, and then about 90 supervisors and section chiefs and managers. So the aggregation of that gets us pretty close to that number, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the SSRs, I have, and some of this, you may have current data in your mind, and then there's the data here.
Sure.
But 297 SSR and 43 vacancies.
I'm also showing 43 vacancies currently, yes, and that's what I mentioned earlier. We have a cohort coming on. It won't fill all of those because frankly, what we find is that's too big a cohort to train at one time. So that's the other notion of going to a calendared cohort onboarding.
So, yeah, and this goes to the overtime questions that we were talking about. That's a big place where there's overtime issues. So you won't fill the 43 with the cohort that's coming on. Can you remind me how many you have coming on?
Come again?
How many are in the cohort?
Well, so we're going to hire a cohort, and we're probably going to bring on a cohort of about 25.
I see.
We find when we bring more than 25 on, it's just not a conducive training environment.
I was hearing it differently. I was thinking that you had hired 25 and you're going to train them, but it's that you're going to hire 25. Then you're going to say, then it will take 6 months to train them.
Yep.
And so,
but we'll bring on 25 here in the next in this cohort, and then 4 months after that, we'll bring on another cohort, which will be the delta of that. So not just 43 minus 25, but also the other attrition that we've found had over there. And so, and then if we do that what our hope is, if we do that every 4 months, we're going to be able to shrink down the amount of kind of FTEs that we have not filled.
So, I mean, in this space, if you have 43 vacancies and you had 25 in one core or that starts soon and 25 in another in 4 months, that's 50. Then I guess the question is, what's your attrition rate? And what
Yeah.
is your attrition
So our
rate?
attrition rate's been about 15%,
15?
15% annually. And part of the attrition is also promotion. One of the things we find clearly when we have supervisors, the supervisors come from the SSR ranks.
So if you have cohorts of 25 every 4 months, that's 75 a year. And your attrition rate, if it's 15% and it's of 300, that's 45, attrition of 45 in a year. So if everything stayed the same, your vacancies would be about 13 at the end of a next year.
Right, so we can collapse we can collapse it down. And I think what we're hoping to do is by going to a calendared hiring, while we want to bring on 25 now, what I'm suggesting is 25 is about the max. But we would do a cohort that would be between 10 and 25 based upon what the FTE and what funding we had at that time. So it gives us flexibility. We don't have to bring on 25, but if we bring on more, we find it's hard to train. If we bring on less, it's just inefficient.
Okay. And how do you determine staffing at each of the ESA centers? It looks different. It looks
Yeah,
like,
and it's right. So that's a product of what the footprint is, and so that's a different size. It's a different footprint. You at each of our respective centers. You visited Taylor Street a few weeks ago, and that's kind of one of our more mid-size. And so we frankly look at what kind of seating capacity we have. Now, the one thing, and also what our foot traffic is, and we make modifications based upon that. Now, one thing, how we have it now is that you can go into any service center and receive any services regardless of where you happen to live. You don't have a home service center. And also 50% of our transactions now are done vis-a-vis district direct. 4 years ago, every single person had to come into the service center to do any piece of business they need to do with us. So we've really changed our business, the windows to do business with us.
yeah, so that's the virtual eligibility center. How do you determine what the staffing for that is?
So if I'm sitting, so we make sure that we have people who, within each service center, who can address the customers coming in. And the flow is going to be different based upon different time of the month, different day. But I may still be sitting at Taylor Street as an SSR, and if the volume is low, then I flip over and I'm essentially pulling cases out of what for one of a better word of the virtual service center. I mean, because we have cases in queue that need to be worked. So we pull cases who are coming live, and then we pull cases in the queue who might have submitted vis-a-vis district direct.
So, I mean, is it that where there's excess capacity, they do virtual? One of the things that we heard was for SNAP, that turns out that you do better if you come in, it gets done more quickly than if you try to do it online. And so if I'm hearing you right, maybe I'm not, correct me, that folks who are in the frontline offices are dealing with the folks who are coming through the door. And then if they have time, or if there's excess staff there, they get assigned to do the virtual queue. So the virtual queue is sort of the fallback assignment, which would.
It's conceptually right. We have about 10 different queues based upon different levels of skill set and training, and also different needs coming in. And we have a pretty good sense based upon historical trends about how much work there is in each queue. It's something we monitor daily, both at the end of the day in terms of what's come in and where we stand. And so that helps us allocate staff that following day or even that day. And the other thing that we have new, which is new, is since we have on-demand interviews for SNAP, again, we don't know how many people are going to be calling in, but we monitor that inflow so we can make sure that that is staffed accordingly. And that's another matter of kind of very much live, pulling folks from function A to function B to make sure that there's folks answering the calls. And so we make sure that two things. One, we have requisite staff answering the calls so we can do the SNAP interview because it's on demand. And two, when folks are coming into the service centers, that we have enough staff who can meet that demand. And then everybody else is kind of shifted out to what the other respective kind of virtual queues are.
No, I hear you. I mean, I'm struck that if you're looking at what's the historic trend, so you know we generally have this many folks who are trying to do it virtually, that number is going to be dynamic depending on how successful they are. So if I try to do it virtually and it took me 30 days to get it taken care of, the next time I'm going to come in person. So I think we would want to have a goal of having it be more efficient to do it virtually than in person in order to alleviate the burdens on the centers themselves and the people who have to come in.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we mentioned earlier and talked about earlier. One of the challenges of that is if I apply virtually and there's an interview requirement, by nature, we still need to do an outbound call to do it. And so that can't be same day. But I conceptually agree. We are very much encouraging folks to use District Direct. In fact, we have 4,000 usage of people who use District Direct every single day, multiplied by 365 days a year. So it's being well used. And we also, I think it's been well received too. We heard challenges 2 days ago, and they're certainly cognizant of those challenges. But we also look at, frankly, it's available both on Apple as well as Android, and the app responses are really pretty good. And two other things I'd like to add on the District Direct in terms of when folks experience challenges. We do have a call center so folks can call in if they hit a snag. And we want people to call in because we have staff who are able to help people walk through the challenges. I mean, it's still a new business model for many people.
No, I hear you on that. I mean, I think, and it sounds like it's your goal. It's just, I hear some of the testimony about how it takes longer, some of the frustrations, and we want to get it to where it's perceived by as many people as possible as the best, the simplest option. You talk about the call centers. It looks like, is it 100? It looks like there's 111 contractors listed as working at the Public Benefits Call Center. Is the call center essentially staffed by contractors, and if so, why that approach?
Yeah. So we have two call centers, and kind of tier 1 and a tier 2. So when the first calls they go to the tier 1 call center, which is staffed by contractors. And the reason that we've done that is because we wanted to make sure we were maximizing our SSRs, our merit staff, because per federal regulations, they are the only people who can do eligibility determinations. And so since in terms of to meet the demand, we bifurcated it and pulled all those folks, the SSRs, to do actual casework, and had a call center, the tier 1 call center, where general questions and inquiries could be fielded.
And you chose to do that using contractors as opposed to adding FTEs? Was that a more cost-effective? Was it just?
It was more cost-effective, easier to bring on board.
Oh, okay. The average wait times across the ESA service centers is like a little over 30 minutes. Is that right?
For in-person?
Yeah.
Yep.
And how do you track this? Where do you get that data? Is it that somebody clocks in and clocks out? How do you get that data?
Yeah, when we track it when someone comes to the front desk, essentially we give them issue a ticket number, and we're able to track it live from when they when they check in to when we see them.
So somewhere there's data of ticket 123 issued at noon.
Yep.
ticket 123 closed at 12:30, or is that 30 minutes to see the person?
To see the person.
And then how long it takes with the person is another question.
Yeah, and that's going to be variable based upon what the need is.
And what's typical there?
About an hour.
About an hour. So somebody comes, it's an hour and a half.
Yeah. Mhm. If we work it all the way, if we work it all the way through, and again, our goal is to do what we call one-touch resolution. So when someone comes in, we try and take care of every single possible thing. If that means calling a third party to do a verification, we want to try and take care of it all right then and there, so we don't have to go back and forth.
And how frequently do people have to come in? They come in when they apply for benefits in the first place? They come in to recertify? Do they come in other times? How many times a year does somebody need to come in?
Well, again, moving more things online now, so much of the things can be done virtually, so you don't have to come in, but you're going to come in or do it online for an initial application. There's a mid-certification, which people may drop it off or send it in. That's for SNAP, and then a recertification. So generally, twice a year.
Twice a year.
And it's sometimes, and that's for SNAP. Now, sometimes if the SNAP is not aligned with medical, it might be other offsetting times. We certainly do try and align all of our respective programs, but sometimes we can't.
Okay, and are you seeing as the online processing is increasing, are you seeing less traffic at your service centers?
Absolutely. If we would have held this hearing, and we did hold this hearing 4 or 5 years ago, the question would have been, why are people lining up outside your office at 5 a.m. and why are you not able to serve everybody? Those questions, that's not even a question that we're worried about anymore, because we're able to handle the flow that we have coming into our service centers.
And from a staff perspective, which is more time efficient, online or in person?
We measure both, and I think just by nature of being in person, sometimes there's more of a conversation that takes place, and frankly, we encourage that. It is a human relationship, and we've got. Look, I'm just super proud of the people who we have doing the SSR work. They do a fabulous job, and it's hard, and folks come in with challenges, and they do a great job. So we try and encourage them to take the time they need. And sometimes, frankly, when it's in person, it might be a little longer. But I also think as we've moved to interviews, that data is still kind of sifting out. So you might have some preliminary data right now, but if we look at it in another 6 months, it might look a bit different in terms of how long we're spending with someone on the phone or as opposed to in person.
Well, let's make a date to talk about it a year from now when you have more data, and maybe we'll be sure to ask questions that tease this out in the right way. What's the wait time for the tier 1 calls, and what's the wait time for the tier 2 calls?
So it's about it's well staffed. We pick up the phone in about 2 minutes on tier 1 calls. Now tier 2, when we transfer it for an interview, that's picked up, I think, within maybe 10 or 15 minutes. But I also want to clarify, when we transfer for a tier 2, meaning there's an escalation that's needed, then what we do, that is a callback. So we will take a task order and call back, and that's within 24 or 48 hours.
And do you have data on what percentage of the tier 2 calls are returned within 24 and 48 hours?
Well, that's the window that we call them back. I think nearly 100.
Everybody does.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But do you have data reporting that, or that's just your experience of it?
I think I can provide data on that. Yes.
Okay. Again, maybe that's a thing that we'll add for next year.
Yeah. Can I add one other thing on the calls? We've seen a drop in the number of calls coming in over the past 6 months. And one thing that I'd attribute that to is the fact that we're doing a far better job of timely processing of benefits. And so it's almost an inverse relationship. as we are doing a better job of processing benefits in a timely manner, we're seeing less calls come in because frankly, people aren't, they're getting their benefits faster, so they're not needing to follow up with us.
Okay, so I always try to be candid, and I said an hour and a half, but the thing is, Director Pierre, is that I'm no longer focused on you, so I'm less sympathetic to you. And I'm thinking Mr. Campbell deserves a little love, so I'm going to go longer, but I think that it's an opportunity for you to sit quietly and meditate while we keep going. We won't go on forever, but I mean, the fact that I think
I appreciate
it
that.
felt unfair before, it feels fair again to me.
Okay.
There were 3 outages of the DCS system, including one period of inaccessibility that resulted in 10 hours of time lost. What were the causes of these outages?
Yeah,
And-
so it wasn't actually an outage of the DCAS system. It was the system itself, it was an outage of the servers. And so then we coordinate with Octo and got those back online as quickly as we could. So it wasn't the system, but it was the infrastructure that supported it.
and
And
D-
it's, go ahead.
You go ahead, you finish.
No, it's something we keep a close eye on, and that has an impact. Absolutely.
And DC CAS, actually, I think I saw it a little when I, as at the service center, but it's private information. Be useful for me to see it illustrated in a way that didn't reveal anybody's confidential information. Maybe that's a thing that we could.
We can absolutely do that. And frankly, you can come and watch one of our workers, go through, go through the process.
And I mean, we do hear people say they uploaded things and they got lost, that things are not, how do you think DCCAS is working? What kinds of things do you think we should be focused on to try to improve it? I would think that it could always be improved. Maybe this goes back to my technology questions before, but here specifically related to DCCAS, what are the strengths? What are the places, the opportunities for improvement?
Yeah, so I think that the strength is, I'd say twofold. One, it's a system that has everything all in one space, so we don't need to be bouncing from multiple systems. The other thing is, as we look at it, and it's a rules-based engine, so as we look at it, I think the consensus is the rules, generally speaking, work. And so you'll get to the right eligibility determination. Now, I do acknowledge, and we all acknowledge, that it is a hard system to navigate. And so we're working, diligently with our partners at DCAS. And so I point to a couple things in terms of how we've improved. And when I say we've improved, I believe we've improved, but I'm not suggesting that there's not continued room for improvement. So first, we've had, in FY24, we had 25% fewer CSLs or kind of escalations where our workers needed to get more help. So that number is reduced by 25% when they kind of got stuck. Second, when we look at the time to process an action, we're able to track how long when an individual is working in the system to process an action. That time has also shrunk, meaning the system is working more efficiently. We've reduced the number of clicks and whatnot. I'd also point to kind of SNAP timeliness. A couple things we've done on that also. We've been able to automate the approval of SNAP MedCerts. And so that has, again, shrunk what we've had to do. There's been some new system releases last year, which again have reduced the number of clicks. And we also worked and did a new policy manual. So all of these things combined make the system, kind of work better for the user. Coming up, we have continued streamlining, and also kind of some increased functionality for District Direct, which we heard about. Now, one other thing that I want to talk about that's aligned with this is how users, how our SSRs use the system and how we train on it. I think that's a point of frustration. And it is a hard system, again, making no bones, it is a hard system to use. It's complex, manages multiple different things. How we've been training on it is looking at different paths. And so I take this path here, and I follow, and then it intersects with this path. And sometimes I can get lost on it when I go through that system. And we've been training, we have a.
I can get lost, meaning the SSR gets lost
The
or the,
SSR can get lost, and that creates, and so then they need to, pause and get frustrated and ask for help. And so part of it's how we train on this system. We've been training kind of on a single task workflow pathway. And so part of what we're going to do, looking at in partnership with DCAS, is taking a critical look about how we do our system training and training on a holistic in terms of what the system looks like. And the analogy that I was thinking about on the way over, frankly, is I live in Southeast, and my kids go to school across town, and if I give my mom directions, then I can say, turn right here, turn left there, turn here. And if she follows the directions, she's going to get there without a problem. She's got to follow directions. But if she gets off a street and and goes one too many streets to take a left, she's going to get lost and frustrated. That's similar to this. Now, when I explained to my mom how the district's set up with quadrants, and if you know that the numbers go this way, and its numbers go east-west, and the numeral and letters go north-south, then she can understand how the district is laid out. And if she gets off by a block, she can retrace herself. And so that's kind of how we're going to go back. And my mom's 84, and so she's able to figure that out. So that's how we're going to go back and try to look at our system training, so if people understand how the system works as opposed to how a single pathway works. And that's something that, again, as we have this conversation a year from now, I hope that we're going to be able to really share on that.
I love explaining the quadrant system to people and watching their eyes light up with that light of understanding. So I hear you on that. And I think good trends in terms of processing times on SNAP and TANF down 17, 19 days, I think, to 7 and 20.
Yeah, we're feeling good about that.
What's that?
We feel very good about that.
And I think, error rate on SNAP has been a very serious problem, but did you say, are we getting better on the error rate on SNAP?
Yeah, no, also, yeah, so just 2 days ago, we had a hearing before this panel in June, and our error rate was over 20%. FNS just published error rate on March 3rd, and we're at 15.8%. So we've improved almost 5% in 9 months.
Okay, so obviously another one of those things that we really want to get as low as humanly possible. In terms of response times, it looks like question 162 shows 14,000 applications online, 12,800 mobile, 2,900 in-person SNAP applications. Do you,
Which number?
can you disaggregate in-person applications by drop-off and mail?
No.
No, you don't do that. Do you track the rates?
Most of them, they're going to be most of them, frankly, are going to be dropped off, though.
Is that right?
Very few come in vis-a-vis mail. We do have community partners we work with, many of whom who testified, who will drop off in batch.
And in terms of response times, does it break out by those different categories? Mobile, online, in person?
I think we can track that. I'm not sure if we recorded it here in these answers. But going back to the question earlier in the day, especially now when when we have interviews, and we'll try and complete it all then. So I think the response time, frankly, is a little bit, we're able to take action faster because we'll serve you that day.
Right there in
Come
person.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So Wednesday, we heard testimony about adding a newborn.
Yep.
And the challenges around adding a newborn. Can you listened to, you
Yeah.
were very patiently here for the testimony. What can we have, what do we have to offer for the person who raised that issue?
Yeah, I think frankly, we need to do a better job of being clear about, how to do it. And there is a process. At the hospital will add the child to the MCO. And then we get a list from that and we add the child to the SNAP and Medicaid cases. And when we do that essentially automatically and pretty quickly. But we can't add the child to the TANF case without a couple things from the parent. And so we will send a notice to the parent requesting information coming back, a couple of specific pieces of information coming back from them that we need legally before we can add the child to the TANF case. I did hear where there might be some system breakdowns in the testimony, and that's something we'll go back and take a critical look at from a data perspective. We'll look at it and then look at it from an individual QC perspective.
Are there things done like a person's doctor or healthcare provider giving them as part of prenatal care, saying that here's a package of information that you should be ready to add your newborn as soon as possible to your benefits? Is there coordination with others who are in contact with your beneficiaries to give them a heads up to be ready to go with whatever is needed?
So that's done at the hospital, yes.
That's done, but that's on the, you go in, I'm talking about, before in care during pregnancy, you get to the hospital, you're in labor, somebody gives you something that,
I see
Yeah.
where you're going.
So, I mean, I can just add that through the homeless services system for families who are expecting, we do have providers who work directly with the families. I think we mentioned that Honey is one of the providers. So they help families navigate benefits ultimately. So I think, as Brian mentioned, there's a step that can happen at the hospital, but the final step to add a newborn to a TANF application requires additional information to make sure that the newborn actually lives with the mother, and then some information on the non-custodial parent as well.
okay.
But if there's, I hear your suggestion, if there's other places we can, get that information out, we'll certainly work with folks to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about different times where I've had, albeit minor surgeries, but a week out, the doctor gives me an overwhelming list of things to be ready for, and I don't want an overwhelming list, but somehow using that pipeline or whatever pipelines there may be to make sure that folks are ready so that they're not dealing with it right after they've not dealing with it unprepared right after they've given birth, and then in the days where they're dealing with a brand new newborn, because you want it to happen seamlessly.
No, we certainly hear the issue. And I feel like we have a really strong relationship with the advocate community. We have bi-monthly meetings with them. And so this is something that we can work collaboratively with them on and get some good ideas. And if you have thoughts as well, certainly, happy to
Okay.
hear that.
We also heard encouraging testimony regarding the efforts that you guys have made to proactively triage customer problems with service providers, including creating an escalation channel and establishing monthly meetings to talk through cases and identify trends and issues that residents are facing. Can you describe how that came to be? Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, and so there's a couple different things. I mean, we've always really, really valued the input of advocates because frankly, they see things through a light that, eyes that we don't see. And so we miss the forest for the trees. And so we have a bi-monthly meeting with the broader advocate community. And then we also have individual meetings with some of the advocate communities who see more customers in terms of helping them process benefits. And so there we meet with them monthly to understand and kind of help facilitate a smooth process so they can escalate cases. I also heard testimony 2 days ago on some of the breakdowns we have in there in terms of the ability to share data real time. And that's something that we've been working with them on for the past couple of months, frankly, in terms of being able to have a shared spreadsheet. And so that is in process.
How do you do that? I mean, that is, if there's confidential information, it's challenging, I would think. So
Well,
how are you dealing with that?
Yeah, well, exactly. And that's why it's been a little harder than simply, that's why it's frankly a little harder, because it needs to be a secure site that, we restrict who has access to it. And so that's why it's been taking a little longer we might like to have it take, as opposed to kind of secure emails going back and forth.
Okay. I had questions about the receipt, but Councilmember Parker talked about that with you, and that establishing, I saw at the service center that you're trying here, his idea of a checklist seemed like an intriguing one. What's the way to get around this so that we don't have people who have benefits denied and claim that they had given you documents? So I'll leave it to you. We're going to follow up with Councilmember Parker on that. And one of the things that that I thought I understood, that people are trained in everything. They're trained in SNAP and TANF and whatever else and all at once in that 6 months. But then
Not all
the
at
way you
once.
described it, it was different. So, so do you, in the cohort that you're hoping for next, what's your plan? Are you going to train that cohort for 6 months in one or two of the
Yeah,
programs?
we'll start with SNAP and Medicaid,
Mhm.
because those are our two bigger programs. We have the bigger pressures. And then we'll bring on, then we'll bring them into TANF, on down the road.
A year from now. And how long of a training will that be?
It's another several months, but
Another-
it's another several months of training.
Several.
But it's also, it can be done in parallel with, kind of taking offline for a little bit, but doing that while I'm still working. and
I
taking
see. So,
cases.
so you don't have to take the employee
But so
completely off.
we're not, I don't think we're taking them fully offline.
Okay.
And we do have continual trainings throughout the year, even for our SSRs who have been there for decades, keeping up with new policies, new, system enhancements and things of that nature.
So one of the things, another thing we heard was that a person may have submitted all their materials for for SNAP or TANF, for Medicaid, for a recertification, but there's a backlog for you and it takes time. And so if they are terminated while their application is pending, if they go to OAH, their benefits are restored. But is there a way, if you have all of the documents, that you could continue benefits until you have had the chance to process them? Or how do we avoid folks falling off of their benefits, which is a big deal for them?
It's a huge deal. It's a big deal. I completely agree. So part of it's, if things come in, if there's 30 days to complete a recertification, needs to be due before the 30th of the month. The real challenge we have is when things come in on the 29th and it takes a minute to get them logged into the system and processed and into the queue. So again, what we're trying to do and work on, what I mentioned earlier, is kind of a pending summary report of things which are right up there at the cusp. So then we can get those expressed into our workflow queue, and they're picked up earlier, rather than, before something which we might have 30 days to take action on. So for instance, if someone recertifies on the first day, if someone recertifies on the first day of the month when they can recertify, as long as we take action before the 30th day, it's fine. But so we have sort of 30 days. But if someone recertifies on the 29th day, we really have 1 day before there's an action. So what we try and do is express the actions which need to be taken so that it minimizes the duration where a person may have an impact to their benefits.
What do you do about notice that recertification is required? How long in advance of the deadline for
Yeah.
recertification do you give notice?
60 days.
60 days?
Yeah. So there's a lot of notices which go out. And we heard some testimony about, multiple notices and even conflicting notices. And we send over 100,000 notices out every month, advising customers of requirements or changes or an impact or things they need to do. So lots of notices go out. And if someone's on District Direct, and right now we have 250,000 people who have downloaded District Direct, the notices are pushed to District Direct too.
So is it, can you not apply until the month before, or can you apply anytime in that 60-day window
You mean to recertify?
to recertify?
Yeah, you can't recertify early.
So you have to recertify in the month before, not, because the 60-day notice could say you have 60 days to recertify.
recertify.
If you recertify within 30 days, we can guarantee that there will be no.
Yeah, if we get the information in early, then there's rarely any issue. It's the challenges we have are when folks get a notice, and then what they'll probably get is a notice of case closure, which is going to come out 10 or 15 days before the end of that cert period. If we haven't received information, and that's when all of a sudden things spur to action, and so someone would, respond. But at that point, whether they drop it off or whatever, so we get it kind of late in the process.
But you can recertify it at any point
Yeah,
of that.
within that-
At any
recertification.
point.
Well, you can once you get the
It's
notice, you can
generated,
recertify.
yes.
So I guess what I'm wondering is whether your notice gives people warning that if they don't sort of recertify by a certain point, you can't guarantee seamlessness, but if they do, you will. I mean, two answers to avoid anyone being dropped temporarily, which has a lot of consequences, is even if you haven't been able to process it, if you have the papers, you continue the benefits. If you can't do that, another thing to do would be to give really strong notice of when that you need to submit early enough so that it will be seamless.
We'll go back, yeah. Absolutely. We can take,
Is that the way it is now, or is that a thing that you would think about?
well, in terms of the language, I think I can speak to the language of the notice. And we
Okay.
can go back and take a look at language. We have done quite a bit of work over the last, we've done work, I should say, quite a bit of work in terms of what the notice looks like in the language. So it does really, really kind of jump out at you in terms of what you need to do and the impact for not doing it.
Okay.
We had,
Send us a sample of the notice, because maybe it'll just answer the question.
Sure,
Send a sample.
there's multiple notices. So we'll
send
we'll send different examples.
Okay.
Please act on them.
I want to be sensitive about relationships between GHS management and the FSB local members. And all of you are doing incredibly difficult work and trying to make the system run for residents. But you heard the testimony on Wednesday, and I do feel the need to address a few of the concerns that were raised. And so I guess a couple of questions. What efforts are you all taking to try to address some of the concerns that were raised at the hearing on Wednesday?
Sure. So Councilmember, we have the LMPC, which is the management partnership meetings with the local union. We just restarted them again in my new capacity. I am the co-chair of that committee. So we had our first meeting 2 weeks ago. So some of the issues that were brought up during the testimonies are things that we're already planning on working through in the subcommittees and so forth. So I look forward to really being engaged and working with the president of the union to address some of the concerns that they brought up.
And then what about the letter that was, or the message that was sent to employees ahead of Wednesday's meeting? Help me understand what the goal of that was. And
Sure. So the letter was sent to the union president to use it as a guide to advise him ultimately of what the purpose of the performance oversight hearing, that it was really mostly to look at the agency's performance, so that there were other opportunities outside of this hearing to be able to kind of make sure that they raised some concerns. But that was the purpose ultimately, so that he could use it as a guide to walk through the purpose of these hearings with his members.
So, I mean, my sense is that, a lot of people of good faith who are trying to do really, really important work for district residents, and I don't want to make life more difficult for either the frontline workers or for you. If there's something that I can do, something that that in this role I can be helpful in, love to be in a place where next year we don't hear testimony like that, not because the folks don't feel comfortable giving it, but because they don't feel the need to give it. So to the extent that we can be helpful on that, I would want to be helpful on that.
Absolutely, Councilmember.
All right. So,
Councilmember, can you at this time to just clarify one thing for the record as it relates to the encampment numbers? Is
Sure.
that possible? So I think I reported this morning that we had 5 residents in the encampment closure. The team has since updated me on that number, so that's 8 residents who have been impacted by the closure of the encampment. 4 of them said yes to an opportunity at the Astons, so we are planning on moving forward at the Astons today.
okay, so, well, it's useful that we went on for as long as we did so that we could get that update. Let me work through some of the remaining questions. Hopefully we won't keep you too much longer. I think a couple of people asked you about SNAP. I've asked you some things about SNAP and the error rate. The timeliness of response. I see a reference that expedited SNAP has a determination timeline of 7 days. And have we seen timeliness there increase? And how close are we to that goal?
So the 7 days, but both of them in aggregate need to be 90 days, 95%. And so we're seeing both the 7-day expedite as well as the regular kind of tracking in the same general direction.
Getting closer to 90, not
Yeah.
to 90%, but both of them getting closer to
Yep,
90%.
Yeah. And that's one area we've done a really pretty good job at, working with DCAS in terms of identifying the cases which are eligible for expedite and then expressing those so our workers pick them up really within that timeframe.
Yeah, so I guess maybe a different way to work through this is, I guess USDA sent you a letter with different deficiencies in the SNAP space. And deficiency 1 was failure to send correct and timely notices to SNAP households. How are we doing in responding to that deficiency?
So we had 23 deficiencies. I'm going to kind of package them all together. We had 23 deficiencies. FNS has closed 11 of them. Another 2 are pending closure with FNS, which means we have 10 remaining open. 4 of those will be closed this fiscal year, and the balance should be closed quickly in the following year. I think one thing I'd also like to note is we had an FNS, and so those are all packaged in there. We had a management evaluation last spring from FNS when they came, and that's where they find findings. And we had no new findings last spring. So
no new findings.
No new findings, but the findings still in process. Well, we have 10 which remain open, which we're working with FNS on and have in process to have remedied.
And can you list the 10 that are open?
Yep. So number 6, failure to produce system computations to report recipient complaints. Number 8, it's a treasury offset in terms of our ability to claim. Number 9, failure to initiate recoupment on active households. That might have been completed. Number 11, work requirements have not been adequately implemented. Number 21, I think we're putting closure of failure to analyze client complaints and include state cap where appropriate. Number 23, SNAP application date does not clearly explain which questions are required from SNAP. Number 5, SNAP recipients were not provided adequate notice of adverse action, like you mentioned that. Number 6, households are not receiving timely and accurate benefits. I'm happy to give you a report out of what those are and where we are in process on those if you'd like.
So one of the things there's a reference to during FNS's FY 2018 review of a sample of 40 SNAP cases, 75% of the initial application and 92 of the recertifications had incorrect or confusing information on the notice. Excuse me. What are the rates of those now? Is those things that are addressed in deficiencies that are either opened or closed?
I think some are open, some are closed. We certainly are still working on our KPR notice issues, but we're certainly in a better space than we were, but still cognizant that there are issues with our notices.
Okay. So there's qualifying for SNAP and then there's terminations for SNAP, and some of the data suggests that 56% of terminations are reinstated, totaling 36,235 out of 64,305. What's happening here where there's a termination and then a reinstatement? It seems.
I mean, generally speaking, we don't get the recertification material from the customer, and so the case will close.
Say it one more time.
We don't get the recertification forms from the customer, and so the case will close, and then the benefits will lapse, and then it will come back in again to reapply. Now, if they reapply within 30 days of closure, then we treat that as a recertification. But if it goes beyond 30 days, then it's treated as a new application. So
the idea is that somebody this is somebody who waited more than 30 days after termination to get you the information, and then that's when they get reinstated. Because if somebody had provided the information before the date of termination, given your timeline for responsiveness, it should be finished before 30 days.
correct. And we would have that, we would have the data of that information that we received it. And if we didn't get to it for, let's say for whatever reason beyond that, we would know when it came in because that's when it's registered in the system, and go back and make a retroactively available, benefits retroactively available.
So it's not those people. This is people who it takes.
Yeah, and this is something that we haven't done enough research on in terms of kind of what we call our churn, because these are folks, who do churn through, and so it's more efficient, certainly for us, but more importantly for the SNAP recipient not to have this break. And so, kind of to your point earlier, are there things which we can make our change our notices to so folks don't. Or other types of outreach. And this is a challenge that SNAP agencies across the nation have. We talk about this at conferences we go to, and it's something we struggle with.
And are our rates similar to other jurisdictions?
Our rates are not dissimilar to other states.
Okay, so I will say that when I saw the numbers, I thought, oh, we're wrongfully terminating people, but you're saying that it's not what it is.
I don't think it's a wrongful termination. We have gone back and looked at that because,
Okay.
But even though it's not wrongful, it's still how we communicate, and can we do a better job? And the answer is invariably, yes, but can we do a better job of reminding people in some way, shape, or form about the need to recertify?
Okay. Congress didn't reauthorize payment for SNAP benefits that have been stolen.
Correct.
Explain to me how it happens, and then explain to me what we can do to combat this issue, which seems pernicious.
I get it. So this is an issue taking place across the nation, and in effect, what's happening is kind of criminal. It is criminal behavior, and so whether it's groups or individuals are effectively stealing both the card number as well as the PIN number for folks who are receiving public benefits on SNAP or TANF. They know that the cash is when the cash is loaded, and they will go in and essentially go to an ATM, plug in the PIN number, and then create a fake card. They will go in and essentially drain the account. It's horrible. And on the SNAP side, you're kind of doing the same thing, access just like your credit card is stolen. It's analogous to that. So we have things that we've put in place.
But tell me how they do it. Is it a skimmer or?
There's a skimmer. I don't know. I mean, this is our OPRMI is more attuned to this, but yeah, there's effectively a skimmer that can that reads the transaction and steals it.
And is there no way to trace what kinds of prosecutions are happening in this space, investigations in this space?
We've been forwarding all of this information that we get in terms through our investigation, up both the federal as well as local. James, could you-
Yeah, I mean, so there is a skimmer to your answer. There is definitely a skimmer. And then, so this is handled under Office of Risk Management. So they do the investigation and they report, on suspected fraud. But what they're really primarily focused on is to make sure so they do forward the information to the FBI and the Office of the Inspector General. But they also work with us to make sure that we can implement strategies to reduce the instances of fraud and stolen benefits. So we do communicate with our residents around what they can do to prevent their benefits from being stolen. They can freeze their accounts, they can change the PINs. We recommend that they don't reuse PINs or don't use regular
Common PIN numbers.
common PIN numbers like 000, 111, and so forth. So that's the work being done in this space.
We've actually done a couple things with our provider in terms of blocking. So no longer can people use these common PIN numbers, and also no longer can people use the same PIN number. Like I use the same PIN number with everything I have. So we've blocked that. The other thing we're looking at is moving to chips. Right now the cars don't have chips. There's a couple states who are doing that. California's doing it, and I think Oklahoma's doing it as well. So
we're looking at,
in conversations with our vendor to the cost and of moving to chips, because that should also solve at least part of it.
And then in the meantime, if the feds aren't making people whole, are we going to make people whole? How's this going to work?
I mean, fiscal year 24, we were committed to making people whole. We have started making people whole this fiscal year. It remains to be seen whether or not this is something that we can continue. Our primary focus right now is to make sure that we implement strategies to reduce opportunities for fraud and abuse.
Okay, and how much did it cost us in fiscal 24 in order to make people whole?
Let me try. I think I have this information. So I think in fiscal year 24, the total repaid amount was 3 million, basically right up to 3,700,000. In fiscal year 25 to date, it's about 1.2 million that we've paid out in stolen benefits.
And what's the total amount of benefits that pass through?
With SNAP, probably $300 million a year, and with cash, $110 million a year. I may be a little bit off on the SNAP one.
So, yeah,
So I just want to clarify numbers, council members. So I think we repaid about, at fiscal year 24, we paid about 4.7 million in stolen benefits. About 2.6, 55% of it was just SNAP, and the rest was TANF.
I see. And so, but it's about 1%, 2% that is stolen. Actually, that's a lower amount than I was anticipating. It's still a lot of money, and whoever's doing this is, bad, and let's catch them. Okay, coming around the corner, we're gonna get you out of here. TANF, there, I think I have it right that it's 14,623 residents receiving TANF. Households, and 139 recipients shown as non-geocoded in 2024, 195 in FY25. Does that mean we don't have an address for those?
No, what non-geocoded means is we have the address and we bump up against an address database. And the address which is being used isn't in that database, although it's an actual address. It's something that we're working through in terms of our address thing. So we verified residency, but it's just kind of a wonky thing.
Okay. Is there a way to fix it?
Yeah, we certainly haven't done it yet, but there's a number of address kind of issues we have as it relates to addresses and clean up our address databases and whatnot. And so that's part of it.
That's a part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. TANF termination, same kind of thing. 77,743 out of 12,466 terminations were reinstated. Is this going to be the same thing? Is this typical across the country?
Yeah. DC actually has a lot more, a bigger TANF caseload than many other jurisdictions do, just by the nature of what our TANF rules are.
But that reinstatement percentage, whatever the number in another jurisdiction is, they also experience 50, 60% of
significant churn. Yeah.
Okay. So it shows that 14% of TANF recertifications are reinstated within 60 days. But that's, if, looking at this, call it there, it looks like 4,000, maybe closer to 5,000 terminations. And so then 14% of those are recertified within 60 days, but that still leaves a lot that were terminated. Is it that they get many of them are reinstated in longer than 60 days?
Yeah, I think the analysis we did for your question it's a question that which we haven't really dug into, frankly, that we've looked at 60 days. We can go back and look to see at the 90, 120 day.
But you would expect as you look out longer that they will eventually have been reinstated. I mean, maybe they
I don't know. We'll take a look. I mean, again, we haven't done a lot of churn analysis, and it's something that we need to do, and we just haven't allocated resources and time to do it.
Okay, well, I think that I'd encourage you to look at that. Seems like you felt pretty confident about reasons for termination in the SNAP setting. Maybe it's the same in the TANF setting, but let's take a look at that to make sure, to test this assumption that the issue is folks who don't reapply on time and then do.
Absolutely.
And that's why they get reinstated. So we've had, I think I might have just co-introduced, or maybe I expressed support for something on cost recovery for child support, that moving the amount up from 150 to 200, which is what the feds would allow. So we've been leaving $50 on the table which probably about time we fix it. And I think there's an idea that over time, maybe we would create more of a safe harbor for against cost recovery so that more of the dollars are passing through to our families. What role are you all playing in this process, in the cost recovery process?
I don't think we play a role in cost recovery process. I think we play a role in terms of, in the TANF application, there's a section where the applicant is asked about the information on the non-custodial parent, and they are also counseled on the consequences of not complying with that information. And then we send that information to the Office of Attorney General, and they themselves, they work under cost recovery and child support. I think.
But is child support taken into account in a TANF application when you're looking at somebody's income, or is TANF, is child support that's provided disregarded for the purposes of calculating income for TANF?
There's a $150 disregard for that pass-through.
100. So if we move it to 200, would it be a $200 disregard?
Pass through.
The pass
But
through,
there's a disregard too.
Yeah.
and that pass through. Oh, but if we move it to if we move the pass through that is not subject to cost recovery to 200, will you then disregard 200?
I think we would need additional legislation to disregard the 200.
Okay. All right, then we will look at that.
Councilmember, I do want to also correct the record on Green Court.
Yeah.
So there is a feasibility study on the way, not a design solicitation for Green Court.
Okay, a feasibility study. And there isn't any money in the capital budget at this point for Green Court?
I don't believe so, not for renovations, but I can follow up.
Okay.
But it's already been purchased.
Okay.
I'm not sure where we stand with the renovation cost.
So I'm encouraged to see that the mean and median processing time for Medicaid determinations is trending in the right direction and significantly below the 45-day limit. However, there are a significant number of pending renewal applications, 700 between 61 and 90 days, and more than 7,000 over 90 days. What are we doing about those old applications?
This is something we're working closely with Department of Healthcare Finance on to try to, get a better understanding of it. When we, to be very candid, that's what we're doing right now. I think one hypothesis is there's information which is still outstanding from the customer for those. But again, this is information that we're working with Healthcare Finance on it, and we'll report back to you.
Okay. On the child care subsidy, it looks like 8,400 residents received it in FY24 and 6,400 residents in FY25 to date, around half of whom are TANF recipients. And what role do you play in the program? Is your role in the program to determine and maintain eligibility?
Correct. So, OSSI is a state education agency. They promulgate the rules. And as you know, they've recently promulgated new rules just actually this calendar year, which went live. And so they've been working with us, training our team on those rules to make sure that we're, adhering to them and implementing them in a uniform manner.
Okay. And so the money, I think there was 24 million allocated in. How big of a burden is it for you to process those applications? How much do you spend processing those applications?
Well, we have a team dedicated to it.
Is that right?
Yeah, we have a team dedicated specifically to processing childcare applications. and located at 2 different locations. So
And how many people are they?
11, I believe.
And does the funding for that come out of your funds, or does the funding for that come out of the money that's set aside for the childcare subsidy itself?
It comes from Aussie.
Comes from OSSI.
Yeah.
And I think in FY '25, it's 24 million that's been set aside. So some portion of that will be used for administration, both by you and by OSSI. You kind of have a sense of the population that could benefit from this because you're dealing with lots of people who, and I think you have to apply for the child care subsidy.
Correct.
Do you have a sense of if it applied everywhere, to everybody out there who could qualify, how much it would cost?
Oh, I don't know that. I mean, one thing that we've done, we did a TANF survey of our families, and we were able to survey about 3,500 of them last year, and childcare was not reported as a major barrier. But if you're asking on a more broad sense, OSSI is going to have a better sense of that than I am. We can work with them and take a look, but I don't know.
So that's interesting. So, I mean, if somebody's paying for childcare, then they would apply for this. But if they have their child at home with them, they might not apply for this. And so if they have their child at home with them, childcare might not be perceived as a cost barrier, but it's, okay, let me look into that. And your team's being trained on the new rules. And do you have a sense, are you hearing from people about whether or not these new rules are going to make life easier or they're going to make life more difficult?
I think they're designed to be a little bit less restrictive and easier to apply. In terms of the conversations that we had with OSSI as they were designing them, they wanted to make sure that they were reducing barriers to access to childcare. So our hope is that it makes it easier for families to apply and receive childcare.
Okay.
But again, it's really, we're just a few months into it. So in terms of any sort of quantifiable data, we don't have that.
So it looks like the number of cases filed with the Office of Administrative Hearings has steadily increased in recent years from like 1,600 in 22, 3,791 in 24, and 2,196 already in FY '25. What's happening there? What kinds of things are you guys trying to do in order to minimize the number of times you have to be in front of OAH?
Sure. I think as a product of the volume of work that we have very much, we're certainly taking a critical look to do the analytics in terms of what's coming in. One thing I'm really buoyed by is the fact that we're able to, when someone files for fair hearing, we're putting more resources in to try to solve it at the administrative level. And we had a conversation, we have a quarterly conversation with the judges, and they have, and traditionally, they've had their hearings on a 30-minute cadence. They've moved those hearings to a 15-minute cadence. For the reason is they're saying 85% of the things which finally get to a hearing, we've already solved because we've put the administrative resources into it, and simply the customer hasn't withdrawn or the claimant hasn't withdrawn. So, geez, we'd like them not to file a fair hearing because we'd like to be doing it correctly on the front end. And so we're trying to figure that out from an analytical perspective, where we're going awry and why they're being filed. But once they are filed, we're taking really quick action to make sure that those benefits are reinstated at the administrative review space.
So, yeah, I see, I think you have 4 FTEs who are devoted full-time to dealing with these OAH cases, which in theory would be like close to 1,000 cases for each of those FTEs. But what you're telling me is many of them are mirages by the time someone else has dealt with it administratively underneath.
Yeah, it's still, and unfortunately, it's still work. They still need to get up to speed on everything. And so they work quickly and work hard.
So maybe, and I don't know that we have this data this time, but maybe for next time, will be interesting to get a report. If it was 4,000, how many of them were resolved before the hearing but
Yep.
not withdrawn? How many of them went to hearing? How many of them did DHS prevail in? How many of them was did DHS, did the hearing examiner find adversely to
It
DHS?
makes a lot of sense.
Okay. All right. What role does DHS play in the administration of the Healthcare Alliance alongside of DHCF? Solely determining
Yeah,
eligibility?
DHS, yeah, DHCF is it's the state Medicaid agency, and so they promulgate all the rules. We simply make eligible determinations and manage the case.
All right. Record shows 570 applications for the burial assistance program, with only 164 folks approved. So what's happening there? The people, are people applying? What are the reasons for denials of those applications? Do you have a sense?
They may not have followed through with it. We have one we have two burial vendors now. We've had one last year. And the rules of the program are really pretty tight. They're statutorily constructed such that the maximum burial allotment is $1,000. And the total cost of the service can't be more than $2,000, I think. And so it's candidly a program which we need to take a critical look at it from both the statutory perspective as well as a programmatic perspective in terms of is it meeting the needs it's designed to?
All right, well, maybe that's a thing that we should look at together. So let's put a pin in that. We had a hard time understanding the data around the interim disability assistance applications and
Okay.
the,
IDA?
what's that?
Yep, IDA.
Yeah, so it looks like around 500 applications were approved in FY '24 and FY '25 to date, which looks like 20% of the applications. But then there's an indication that the program denied 189 applications. And there were, like I said, 2,500 folks who applied. So if 500 people were granted and 189 were denied, what happened to the other 1,800?
Which number is that?
Question 160G.
160G.
And I guess if you find it and you look at it, another question is whether you track that by ward and by reason for termination or denial. And please note that is my last question unless Elias tells me that there's something I've missed.
I'm sorry, 169?
What's the number of question?
Question 160G.
My numbering might be different. I'm seeing Medicaid. Hang on. Our numbers, there we go. G. We're seeing 189 applications denied, and the
Could be that the numbers is could be that the delta is still pending.
Yeah, I need to, I can't
Yeah.
answer that intelligently. I need to take a look at it and get back to you. I don't want to misrepresent. I'm sorry.
All right, so we'll circle back on that. I think we have a number of things that we'll circle back with each other on. I think maybe we will try to make a list of the follow-up issues, try to capture those from my colleagues as well. Okay, so I'm going to have one last question. So we'll follow up with a list of different things. The question was, so there's 8 people from the encampment, 4 of them went to the Aston. The other 4 are going to figure it out for themselves, or do we have any idea what they might do?
No, so all of them were offered a bed at the Aston. So 4 said yes, 3 refused, and 1 was FT12. So that probably means that he may have experienced a behavioral health crisis in the middle of the closing of an encampment, and he was taken to be evaluated probably at an hospital.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your patience today. This has been, I'm really grateful. This has been an enormous learning experience for me, this whole process. I think I am not brand new to these issues, but relatively new. And I had hoped that this oversight and budget process would be a way of getting educated, and you've really helped me with that. And let's try to figure out ways to work together so that we can serve our most vulnerable residents as best we can. And with that, that concludes this public oversight hearing. I think I don't need to tell you about uploading your testimony. The time is now 3:31, and this hearing, 3:31 p.m.